which, as you know, falls under statutory regulation and therefore necessitated the introduction of an amendment to the existing statute, and for the reasons which needs no debate. So at this point in time, we will resume, and we will go back to where we departed. From my recollection, we had covered all the items 1 through 5 through 6. We did ministerial statements, and we are now at the point of presentation of papers. Mr. Clerk, is this correct? Yes, it is. Although I'm entering the age where biologically it says that certain things don't function, this morning proves that theory somewhat in error. So the floor is now yours, Senator Steele, Leader of Government's Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the following papers and reports be laid on the table. Financial statements of the OECS Regional Tourism Competitiveness Project for the year ended 31st of December 2018. The report of the Director of Audit on the resources managed for the period from the 1st of January 2018 to the 31st of December 2018 by the Project Coordinating Unit in the Ministry of Finance, Planning, Economic Development and Physical Development for the Regional Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project. Report of the Director of Audit on the performance of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF, for the year ended 31st December 2018. The annual report of the Grenada Bureau of Standards for the year ended 31st December 2018. Annual report for the Grenada Authority for the Regulation of Financial Institutions, GARFIN, for the year ended 31st December 2018. Annual reports and report of the Director of Audit on the financial statements of the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council for the year ended 31st December 2018. Report of the Director of Audit on the financial statements of the Office of the Ombudsman for the year ended 31st December 2018. Annual report, financial statements, and audit report thereon of Grenada Ports Authority for the year ended 31st December 2018. Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority Annual Report 2018. Financial Intelligence Unit Annual Report 2016 to 2018. Grenada Airports Authority Annual Report 2016. Financial Responsibility Oversight Committee 2019 Annual Report, and finally the report of the Director of Audit Grenada on the resources managed for the period 21st July 2017 to 31st December 2018 by the Project Accounting Unit in the Ministry of Finance for the OECS Regional Agricultural Competitiveness Project, AgriCom, and the income and expenditure for the accounting period ending 31st December 2018. Sorry, I've missed a couple. Report of the Director of Audit Grenada on the financial statements of TA Marichaux Community College TAMCC for the year ended 31st December 2018. And finally, addendum to the report of the Director of Audit on the public accounts of Grenada for the year ended 31st December 2015. Thank you.
To lie on the table. Financial statement of the OECS Regional Tourism Competitiveness Project for the year ending the 31st of December 2018. Report of the Director of Audit on the resources managed for the period from the 1st January 2018 to the 31st of December 2018 by the Project Coordinating Unit in the Ministry of Finance, Planning, Economic Development and Physical Development for the Regional Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project. Report of the Director of Audit on the performance of the Basic Needs Trust Fund for the year ending 31st of December 2018 the annual report of the Grenada Bureau of Standards for the year ending 31st December 2018, annual report of Grenada Authority for the Regulation of Financial Institutions, GAFIN, for the year ending 31st of December 2018, annual report and report of the Director of Audit on the financial statements of the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council for the year ending 31st of December 2018, report of the Director of Audit on the financial statements of the Office of the Ombudsman for the year ending 31st of December 2018, annual report, financial statements, and audit report thereon of the Grenada Ports Authority for the year ending 31st of December 2018, annual report, financial statements of, sorry, I said that before, Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority Annual Report 2018, Financial Intelligence Unit Annual Report 2016-2018, Grenada Airports Annual Report 2016, Fiscal Responsibility Oversight Committee 2019 Annual Report, report of the Director of Audit, Grenada, on the resources managed for the period 21st July 2017 to 31st of December 2018 by the Project Accounting Unit of the Ministry of Finance for the OECS Regional Agricultural Competitiveness Project, and the income and expenditure for the accounting period ending the 31st of December 2018. Report of the Director of Audit, Grenada, on the financial statements of the T.A. Marichaud Community College for the year ending 31st of December 2018, and an addendum to the report of the Director of Audit on the Public Accounts of Grenada for the year ending the 31st of December 2015. Honorable members, I do now order these papers to lie. If you give me a second, honorable members, especially for our freshman senators, I just wish to bring to your attention a matter which I have raised in this House consistently as the presiding officer, and that is to say, it is very important, senators, for these papers and reports that lie on the table, for them to be studied and to form the basis of debate and examination. Too often, these papers are brought here and nothing happens. It is, by virtue of the Constitution, a responsibility of the House of Senate, especially those who sit on the non-government side, to examine these reports. It is part of your duty. These reports are reports on the performance of different government departments, statutory authorities, and other businesses which falls under the direct control of the state. These are by and large fiscal reports, so you have an opportunity to examine the conduct of these businesses. You have an opportunity, if you wish, by way of a resolution, to engage with those who are charged to manage these businesses, to explain these accounts. It can be the basis for questions to be asked. This is a very important function, which historically, except for a moment in the past, and Senator Diali has been here long ago to know that when I was a companion of his on the floor, we would raise a number of questions on these reports and engage in a number of debates. It's very important because your role is to hold the executive accountable, and the Constitution says so. It says that the cabinet is accountable to Parliament. And these are essentially reports of the performance of cabinet's management, not necessarily directly, but certainly indirectly, because all of these boards and statutory authorities by law have to report to the cabinet. In all of the statutory instruments you would see, where at a particular time in the fiscal year cycle, those authorities have to submit a fiscal report and other reports to the minister, who must then table them in Parliament. And this is what all of these documents represent. This is what all of these documents represent. And again, I want to appeal, especially to the new senators. Do not just allow these documents to gather dust. It is your responsibility to study the documents. It is your responsibility to formulate questions that you may not be clear on. And if necessary and you wish to make recommendations, you can do so by way of a motion, right? Brought in your name with the sufficiency of notice, and you set out what in fact your motion seeks to do. So this is a very important function of the Parliament, which in recent times has been significantly overlooked. And I think really senators are failing in their duties and responsibilities to their constituents. So again, I want to emphasize this. I'm just looking at the section in the Constitution. I'll find it because I have it. Okay, it's right here. It's in fact Cabinet of Ministers, section 59(3) of our Constitution. And I will read that section in its fullness to underline what I'm saying. The functions of the Cabinet shall be to advise the Governor General in the government of Grenada, and the Cabinet shall be collectively responsible for Parliament for any advice given to the Governor General by or under the general authority of the Cabinet for all things done by or under the authority of any minister in the execution of his duties. And therefore, if a statutory authority falls under the purview of a minister, he has that responsibility. Yes? And an important part of that are these reports which are laid in Parliament, because it tells you all about the financial goings-ons, right? And in some parliaments, there are standing committees in which management personnel from various states, and we've done this before. We have in fact requested during several years ago, at that time, the then Michael Batiste, leader of the opposition, and it was one of the early times that I sat on the Finance Committee. We would summon different departments and ministries and different statutory bodies to come before us and explain this report. We will ask questions and so on, and it gives you really an opportunity to be engaged. Governance is not just, governance in its broadest sense is not just the responsibility of the Cabinet. You have a role in governance because Parliament is a significant component part of the governance of our state. So again, I just want to emphasize this because I've been emphasizing it, but it has been falling on deaf ears. I've been very disappointed with the fact that, with the exception of Senator Diali, most, if not all of the senators on this side paid no regard to these documents at all. It's a serious omission, which I hope that we can correct. So with those words, Clerk, I think we can move on. So these papers now, and it's quite a number of them. Quite a number of them. You can take them one by one. You have a whole year in which you can do it sectionally. You all can meet between yourselves and divide up who will do what. All right? You know, it's just one of those things that we really need to, in strengthening our parliamentary democracy, making it more functional and meaningful. We really need parliamentarians, senators really need to see that it is not just attending one sitting of Parliament that is their function. In addition to which, I should indicate to you that the Speaker and I have had some discussions on how we are going to develop a parliamentary outreach. And one of the things that we've planned to do is to, first of all, put into motion a joint committee of the House. Secondly, we want to see more bills being discussed by the public, so that more bills, rather than come to be taken through all of its stages, which really is a mechanism for emergency issues. But the citizens have a right to know what laws are being contemplated in their name. And so what we want to do is to develop a parliamentary outreach program in which quite a number of bills, of course there are going to be urgent bills that you can't do it with, but there are certainly bills in which we can set a committee up, put the bills up on our website, invite interested parties and groups who may have a peculiar and particular interest in a particular bill to come in and comment. Study the bill, make recommendations for change or strengthen the bill or whatever. The parliamentary committee will then hear you, right? And then we will go back to the drawing board, advise cabinet that these are recommendations, what say you? And then the bill comes into parliament and we can go to the second stage and the third stage of the reading of the bill, rather than every bill that comes to this house goes through all of its stages at one sitting, which is really not how Parliament ordinarily functions. All right, so I'm just serving notice, all right, that we need to engage the public. We have a more literate population. The vast majority of working people now are people who certainly are graduates of primary school. It's not like 40 or 50 years ago when the mass of the working people were agro-proletarians with limited literacy. That has changed, and therefore our concept of governance and how we engage has got to change. And these are the changes that we are contemplating, so I bring that to your attention. Sorry for being long-winded, but then that's what parliamentarians do, we speak. Clerk.
Item number 9, petitions. Item number 10, government notices.
Is there anything? I thought I saw your light. Okay, proceed.
Item number 11, unofficial notices. Item 12, questions. Item 13, personal explanations. Item 14, motions.
Senator, the Honorable Simon Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas debates on the gracious address delivered by the Governor-General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the third session of the 10th Parliament on Friday, the 4th of October, 2019, was further deferred to a date to be fixed, be it resolved that the said address be further deferred to a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the question is, whereas debate on the glorious address delivered by the Governor-General on occasion of the ceremonial opening of the third session of the 10th Parliament on Friday, 4th October 2019, was further deferred to a date to be fixed, be it resolved that the said address be further deferred to a date to be fixed. Senator Steele, you're dealing with this? Again, just let me explain to the others.
Okay, well, just to provide a context to this, the throne speech, the gracious address by the Governor-General was presented, which was the precursor to the budget, which was extensively debated at the end of last year. And the idea of having this still open in terms of the debate around the principles, the policy direction of the government as outlined in the throne speech, as detailedly articulated in the budget presentation, remain open to give the opportunity to further discussion throughout the course of the year as we sit. This is only the second sitting of the Senate since that time because of the COVID situation. And therefore, the passing of this motion simply leaves the scope open for discussion for a date where it would be viewed that sufficient time has passed, there's been sufficient ventilation of those policies, and once that time has passed, we will then close this item. So in terms of the motion that is before us, is to keep it open just to give members a chance to raise any matters that they may feel pressing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Come in, Senators. The throne speech is a broad outline of the intention of Her Majesty's government in terms of what it hopes to do, its policy issues, and that speech then forms the basis, really, from a policy position and a structure of what goes into the debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure. So in a sense, it's a duplication. One is a broad policy outline, and the other one is an interpretation of that outline in terms of what would be implemented for the fiscal year. So one is broad, the other is narrow. Generally speaking, one can debate this. But having gone through the long and winding process of debating the estimates of revenue and expenditure, in a sense, really, this is a duplication. So what we normally would have allowed some time pass, and if members of the Senate are not minded to rehash any issues, then rather than put this off to a date to be fixed, we sort of introduce a mechanism which just gets it off the order people. So I think it would be only fitting, given that you are new senators, Senator, could we allow this, as you suggest, one more time, and then, but it's all up to you, yes, but that is the process. Why this item on the agenda is still here is because we've not had another debate, and many people find it repetitious, so to do. Okay, so honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the said address be further deferred to a date to be fixed. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Item 15, bills.
Senator, the Honorable Senator Winston Garvey, and that's the Consumer Protection Bill you're piloting, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, I rise to beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill 2020.
An act to amend the Consumer Protection Act number 2 of 2018, shortly entitled Consumer Protection Amendment Bill 2020.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at its sitting.
Honorable members, the question put is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill 2020 to be taken through all of its stages at this current sitting. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Garvey.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. President, the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill 2020 seeks to amend the Consumer Protection Act number 2 of 2018. It is important to note that after the bill was passed in Parliament, It was assented by the Governor General, and it was placed within the Ministry of Finance. Not much was done, but on the 1st of July 2020, the bill was transferred to, or the act was transferred to the Ministry of Trade for implementation. And during that time, Mr. President, it was observed a number of typographical errors to the bill. And today we are here seeking approval to correct those errors and to ensure that the bill is given, and the act given the opportunity to benefit the consumers as it was so designed when it was first passed. Clause 1 provides for the short title, Mr. President, and Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 8.1 to provide for the Director of Consumer Affairs to be a public officer rather than officer being appointed by the minister. And while the officer could have been appointed by the minister, and there's no problem with that, but it is stating here that the Director of Consumer Affairs, the office, which is a department within the ministry responsible for consumer affairs, the officer, which is a public officer, will be given that responsibility to ensure that the affairs of the consumer protection department is administered. Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 10 to remove paragraph C, because review of the work plans and program of the Consumer Affairs Office should be exercised by the administrative department of the ministry responsible for consumer affairs rather than the advisory body. Clause 4, Mr. President, seeks to amend Section 13 to provide clarity on the procedural connection between the investigations of the office and referral of matters to the tribunal, and to require the payment of a prescribed fee. And I will go into this a little later because I saw this as an extremely important piece within this legislation, in that historically, what was first prescribed,
We have a copy of the bill.
if a consumer
We have a copy of the
had some grievance or some complaint and needed to file this, there was a fee attached to it. It could have been a deterrent in the sense that consumers may feel, what if I lose in this appeal? Double jeopardy. I paid for the commodity, which I'm not enjoying the usefulness of it, and I'm paying now to file a complaint. But this is not the case here. This has been removed. But what is, in my mind, very instructive here, the Consumer Protection Bill seeks to ensure that consumers are protected. And we have seen and heard quite a lot of complaints. And you listen to the talk show programs, and so many complaints of
I'm looking for the original
bad
bill.
service that are being
Not what you're
provided to
doing now.
consumers. And there seems to be
I'm looking for the
like no redress. This here seeks to ensure that we fix this. And in a part of building or developing any
Draft number
society,
2
you want to ensure that
of 2018.
commodities that is on sale is
Draft
of
number
the
2 of 2018.
highest quality. That's one. And two, consumers are able to benefit
Well, where you should
from the commodity that they would have purchased in the first place. And I think this will create the environment or the atmosphere for
What we should normally done is
peaceful and harmonious relationship between consumers and suppliers. And of course,
Alina,
a society where there is harmonious relationship between consumers and suppliers, I think creates the bedrock for more development, more probably young people wanting to get into business. But most importantly, to wanting to do the best to ensure that consumers benefit. Clause 5 seeks to correct a typographical error in the numbering of section. You see, while the section is correctly positioned between section 31 and 32, it is numbered as 11. So we're seeking to have that corrected. Clause 6 seeks to amend section 33(1) to remove the requirement for the payment of a fee for lodging a complaint, which I was speaking to earlier, since there would be a fee for instituting proceedings before the tribunal. So the fee for lodging a complaint has been removed because so long as the case will be brought before tribunal, there will be a fee attached there. And let me just expand on this a little. In as much as you remove the fee for lodging the complaint, and only if the matter goes before the tribunal, there will be a fee attached to, obviously, to take care of the work of the tribunal and the administrative responsibilities. But at the same time, in lodging the complaint, it gives the opportunity for the complainant and the supplier to amicably probably come to some solution rather than taking this thing onwards into before the tribunal. It will save time, it will save the sort of stress and harassment that one will have to go through. And if you're coming from way out into the countryside and having to come to a hearing, it will cost you something more. Besides your time and effort, but there will be associated costs, transport, lunch, and so forth. So this is an extremely great move to ensure that we bring parties together. And mind you, it is important to note, while we bring the parties together to amicably solve the matter, there will be no expense to any of them. Government would absorb that fee, and that is a contribution to ensuring that there is good consumer and supplier relationship within the country. Clause 7 seeks to amend section 34(5), subsection C, to correct a typographical error. Section 34(5)(c) reads as follows: upon receipt of a complaint, the officer or the office shall proceed to investigate the complaint unless the office is satisfied that the complaint was filed in accordance with section 38(4). But the problem here is section 38(4) does not exist. Instead, section 36(4) is most appropriate and provides as follows. Subsection 5, the office shall not investigate a complaint unless it is filed within 2 years from the date on which the cause of the action has arisen. So there's a lot of protection here for consumers. Yes, there is a window of 2 years in which to file a complaint, after which it is, in my view here, no longer valid. But 2 years is a pretty long enough time for you to decide if you want to go forward in making a complaint over whatever service or lack thereof that you may have received. Clause 8 seeks to amend section 35(2) of the Principal Act to correct a typographical error. Section 35(2) reads as follows: if the opposite party fails to make a written response in accordance with section 34(9), the office shall complete its investigation based on the complaint and any other evidence or supporting material or document submitted by the complainant. However, Section 34(9). If the opposite party fails to make a written response in accordance with Section 34(9), the office shall complete its investigation based on the complaint and any other evidence or supporting material or document submitted by the complainant. However, Section 34(9) does not exist. Instead, Section 34(8) is most appropriate and provides as follows: no later than 30 days or such greater period up to 45 days the office may specify which shall in no case exceed the 45 days I spoke of. So, in other words, if a complainant would have lodged a complaint on a service provider or a supplier for whatever reason, within a 30-day period, if the service provider refused or for some reason were not able to lodge a defense, the office would take the side of the complainant and proceed. However, if the supplier or the service provider within 45 days came into the office and would give the reason why he or she was unable to fulfill that first part of the law, the 30 days, to file a defense, so long as the office feel in their view that the reasons given are plausible, they will accept and file that defense as part of the proceedings. This I consider to be very reasonable again, and to give everybody an opportunity for their voice to be heard. And I consider this to be extremely important in going forward to finding an amicable solution to the situation. Clause 9 seeks to amend Section 54 to correct reference to respondent in subsection 3. Subsection A, with reference to defendant, Section 54 of the Principal Act refers to criminal proceedings, in which the correct reference for the party would be defendant rather than respondent. So very simple, a logical explanation here given for that correction. Clause 10 seeks to amend section or Schedule 1 to correct reference to tribunal in Section 3, with reference to advisory body. Schedule 1 provides exclusively for the composition of a consumer affairs advisory body. So basically what we're looking here is to remove tribunal and replace it with let me just take this again. Section 10 seeks to amend Schedule 1 to correct reference to tribunal in Section 3. So yes, to remove tribunal to ensure that we have the Consumer Affairs Advisory Body. And Clause 11 seeks to amend Schedule 2 to correct reference to subsection 14 in paragraph 5, subsection D, with reference to paragraph 15, since paragraph 15 addresses the requirement to disclose a conflict of interest and would justify operations of paragraph 5. Mr. President, I want to believe that with this amendments before this Honorable House today, and to ensure that the Consumer Affairs Act is implemented, will give consumers the opportunity to ensure that their concerns are heard and they are treated fairly.
Deputy President, in the chair.
So, Mr. Deputy President, it is important for us to note that in any society, a democratic society, there must be avenues for redress where there are instances of, if you want to say wrongdoing, instances of you're feeling that you've been deprived of services that you paid for. There must be avenues to bring redress. And this Consumer Protection Bill today seeks to do this for consumers within the state of Grenada. And for these words, Mr. President, I commend the bill for its second reading.
The next one is new, so we want to the right.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I'm sure if you were sat in your seat, you would have had quite a few things to comment, and I hope you are given the opportunity to comment. I only want to add just a couple of words in support of this proposed bill. The refinements, the amendments to this bill help with the operationalization of the Act and addressing some obvious typos, etc., within it, but the refinement of its operations. What I think is important to underscore, and Senator Garraway did a very good job of that, is just reiterating the importance of the legislation as a whole, the principal legislation, the Consumer Protections Act, and the significance it has to consumers in general, and the ability now, or the mechanism that is afforded to consumers for recourse from suppliers of goods and services for whether it's for defects, faulty goods, services that do not meet the quality standards that are within that contract. And historically, I think in the region as a whole, the whole area of consumer protection, where institutional support for consumer protection has been very weak. And the genesis of the principal act was to take a harmonized approach certainly throughout the OECS, if not broader, the broader CARICOM region. And what exists, it's a massive step forward, but there is still some way to go, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. It provides for doing what is just and fair to consumers, and I believe as time progresses, as the years progress, as our institutions develop to implement and support those consumer needs and all of the arrangements around that, we would see ourselves coming back to Parliament, not just here in Grenada, but parliaments throughout the Caribbean, to strengthen the rights of the consumer. And it's for those reasons, Mr. Deputy President, that I lend my support to the passage of this bill.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. Yes. I rise to support the bill and what it proposes to do, especially for the farming community. We have been seeing in the farming community products with expiry date for the application of pesticides and chemicals on plants. And this is extremely dangerous. And what the farmers have been doing, because there were all these burden of going to complain, having to pay for complaint, these never reached to the area, to the tribunals that was supposed to be monitoring these irregularities. And it is extremely dangerous for the health of the people who consume our local products. There is also the issue of products coming to Grenada or reaching the consumer with a foreign language, and there is no English. So you have that product, and you're hoping, well, boy, what do I do with it? It looks as 2 teaspoons, so I'm going to add 2 teaspoons. No, it looks as 4 ounces, you know. So you just put 4 ounces, and what can happen to our consumers? We know what. So I welcome this bill, especially the one that says that you do not have to pay, you know, when you lodge a complaint, right? And the tribunal, which would be is replaced by the body that replaces the tribunal, would be more proactive in addressing the needs of products which are being used by farmers and in the farming community. So I thank you, and I support the bill. Thank you.
Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I rise to give my full support to the amendment of the bill before us. Mr. President, this bill is a very important bill, and I think in the context of economic development, economic opportunity, economic activity, I think this bill lends itself to be very complementary to those initiatives. And in the context of post-COVID, you would want to, now more than ever, ensure that you have those measures in place to offer redress for persons who are purchasing different various items. Like, for example, now there's a requirement for hand sanitizers, hand dispensers. You don't want somebody just go in the back door and just pick up anything and they're selling that, and that creating a problem. And you have defect supplies, materials, products on the market. So it's within this context, I believe that this bill lends itself to be very supportive towards economic development. What it does, Mr. Deputy President, I believe that it offers a sense of comfort, especially for countries who may wish to trade with Grenada going forward for export for agricultural produce and other manufacturing produce here. It says that, look, you can buy from Grenada. If something were to go wrong, then there is a facility, there is a medium for redress. If you do not have that, then nobody wants to go and buy something somewhere, and if something goes wrong, then they have no opportunity to go back and say, well, look, this is defect. After a month or two, it's not working. So this in itself lends itself to make Grenada more marketable in this regard. And I think this is something that we really have to ensure that we implement successfully and also make sure that everything is functional. So hence the reason why these amendments are critical towards ensuring that when the tribunal or the office is set up, that these institutions provide that opportunity for persons to trade with Grenada safely, and also for persons on the local market as well. I think it's important that persons here who work hard for their money, and when they go somewhere to purchase, they should be given an opportunity to get a proper product for their hard-earned living. So with these few words, Mr. Deputy President, I really want to support this bill and give my support towards the second reading in this context. Thank you very much.
Senator Andrew Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. I'm just seeking a bit of clarity, and then I have some comments. the proposed amendment in relation to clause 2, which seeks to, and which is a good idea, to move the powers of the minister in terms of appointing someone from the, in terms of experience, to that the director now coming from within the public domain, within the public service. The question that I would like answered is, what will be the process for appointing that director? Who would have the final say? It's just a question, because the objective, which is good, was to make an amendment which says that the minister shall appoint a director. And it says that the mischief that we are trying to correct is to take away the minister from making that appointment. But the amendment, although it now says that the director shall come from within the public service, I'm not sure who would be responsible for making that appointment. Yes, so that's one. And just to extend on to identify with some of the comments made by Senator Campbell, there are a number of items in the country that, apart from having only foreign language, and they are written so small that even if you want to take the foreign language and try to get it translated through Google or whatever it is, you can't do that. I've come across some pesticide recently, and apart from the directions being extremely small, there isn't any direction as to what the mixing level should be. In other words, it is said that it ought to be mixed, let us say, with water, for instance. But it does not say, like, if it is 1 teaspoon or 1 tablespoon to 4 water, and as such, because it has to be used, the purpose for which it was intended was for short crops, and it had to be sprayed onto the fruits and the leaves itself. So you are now asking yourself, should I take that risk on things that I have to consume, or should I stay away from this? So this is just one of the observations. We also wish to recommend that there should be an increase in the public awareness, public education of the consumer protection authorities. Quite a number of our people feel lost and intimidated many times after purchasing items and recognizing that there is a defect. So apart from setting up and giving strength to the legislation, we have to find creative ways and means. And it's a responsibility for all of us, I'm saying that, but also the respective department has that responsibility to increase its education and to have that complaint desk, whichever complaint desk, to be as friendly and accommodating as is possible. Because as we continue to be more aware, as consumers become more aware of their rights to quality products, that in turn will assist us, the local producers of items, and the importers of items, of raising the quality of the items that we have available to our community. So these are just some of the observations that I wanted to make, but we support fully an effective consumer protection, and one that has teeth that can actually act. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President.
Senator Sensei.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. I would want to start with the last one first. So if we can look at the amendment of Section 33 of the Principal Act, Section 33, as explained by Senator Gawi, the section that this amendment seeks to correct is actually still incorrect, because the section that's cited says Section 33 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1, deleting the words "and receipt of payment of the prescribed fee" after the words "upon receipt of the complaint." And I am looking here at the Principal Act, and that section is actually 3 and not 1. So I think it's misquoted. We're actually discussing 33.3 and not 33.1. 33.1 reads, subject to subsection 2, a complainant may lodge a complaint to the office orally or in writing. 3 reads, upon receipt of the complaint and receipt of payment of the prescribed fee, the office shall. So I don't know if I am reading it wrong here or if there is actually...
You're correct, Senator. It's referring to the wrong section.
So that section needs to be corrected. My second comment on this, and I stand in support of these amendments. My question here relates now to Section 10, Section 10C, and I'm pulling that up one time. And it speaks to the removal of the advisory committee's responsibility to review work plans and programs. I am seeking some clarity here as to why this is being removed. I know Senator Garraway said this should be moved to the administrative body, but I'm kind of concerned here as to why the advisory committee cannot have the responsibility of reviewing programs. It is an advisory committee, and in reviewing programs, it may give some direction to that as well. So those are my 2 comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I'm sorry. I do have a final question as it relates to Section 13 of the Principal Act, and I'm going to read the Section C that says the complainant makes the payment of the prescribed fee. Perhaps Senator Garraway can give us some idea as to what that prescribed fee is, because I would have read the act and I see some places where it says no more than $1,000 in some instances, but in this case, the payment of the prescribed fee is not noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I sat still because I was expecting you to make your comments as
I have many, unfortunately, where I'm sitting where I can't.
As leader of as the senator representing the business community, I was expecting to hear from you. How unfortunate. Mr. Deputy President, I want to start with the last verse and just to commend my dear Senator, colleague Senator Sincere for your observation and your it is testimony that you would have done some work as it relates to the bill. And I realize that, and I want to jump up and say, when my first presentation to you guys, I said to all of us that we have to be responsible, we have to be honest, basically truthful to the people. And I thought this was extremely non-partisan, was a question of wanting to make sure that the the consumers are very well protected. So yes, there is a typo in this 33.1. It should have read 33.3. So in the committee stage, we'll fix that. Also, I want to say a special thank you to all the members for supporting and the comments. And just to say to the question as it relates to saying that it would be an officer within the public service, the rules of the public service indicate that the public service is a public service commission appointment, and the rules governing such appointment will take precedence. So of course the public service will advertise the post, and appointment will be made via the public service rules and regulations. As it relates to the concern as to labeling in foreign language, my knowledge told me that this will not get onto the market. There will be foreign language on a label because you're selling to various jurisdictions and destinations. But our mother tongue, our English language, must be on the label. If not, the Bureau of Standards will not approve it to be sold on the market. If this would have happened, there was a slip up. But I remember not too long ago, probably about 3-4 years ago, Bureau of Standards would have stopped the sale of toothpaste, one brand of toothpaste on the market, because it was all in a foreign language. And I know quite a lot been said, but knowing how proactive the Bureau of Standards is and ensuring that the consumer is protected, they will continue to do that job. And I want to say here with assurance that the Bureau of Standards will continue to ensure that whatever is put on the market, one, meet the standard that has been established, and it is safe for consumption, etc., etc., etc. Again, expired products. If by chance you were to purchase something, I know there is often this in certain supermarkets and other places. There will be either a convenient line or some little table with special deals, and those things will be drastically reduced. And if you examine them, it's because in 2 days' time the goods will be expired, or probably in less than a month's time. And one may go to this line and take the things, but if you see something expired, why would you consume it? Why would you purchase it? I think the need here now is in the public education that will ensue as a result of this, is to have that understanding with the business community. If it is expired, it should not be on the shelf. It should not be on any special discount area. It's expired, it should be gone. There should be no temptation to our people who are looking to save $1. My brother, if you give a man an opportunity to save 2 cents, he will do it. I know of one person who used to travel from the supermarket in the market square, look at the price of the items there, and move across on the carnage and look at the price, and if it is 5 cents cheaper in any one in the market square, they will go back to the market square and purchase it there. Because I hope you get the opportunity. I'll beg for it.
Thank you, Senator Dean.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. So you have another opportunity, third reading. So, as we said, we'll go back to get the 5 cents difference. That's by nature, and I would say very thrifty. I want to ensure that they get the most for every cent that they have. So seeing a table with special deals, there will be the temptation. So I will ask that we remove the temptation. It should not be there. I do believe this bill also will encourage suppliers to ensure that the products they bring onto the market is of the requisite quality and standard. Yes, we understand the market, we understand the economy, and we look to get special deals. But whenever you decide to get a special deal to bring your stuff so it could be a reasonable price, ensure it is of the highest standard. Because I've seen here that after 2 years, up to 2 years of the time of the defect of a commodity, you can still make your claim or complaint. And one may say, well, there is a warranty. What happens? I see this here as an extremely good piece of legislation, as I said, to be fair and balanced and to ensure that consumers, their rights and privileges are protected. I want to end by saying, Mr. President, in thanking the members for the further contribution, we have seen that the very vulnerable in our population will always look for special deals, and there's nothing wrong with this. And sometimes the very vulnerable, their rights and privileges are the ones that have been trampled upon. And this bill here seeks to protect them at all times. And I want to commend this bill, Mr. President, for its second reading.
Mr. President, if you may indulge me.
Yes, Senator. The timing was right.
Yes. So,
Yeah. But I may have to go again. So.
you may,
Hello?
but if I
Senator
may
Yali.
offer some of my comments on the bill. Thank you, Mr. President. And before I get there, I didn't get a chance in the other sitting to welcome my two new senators on the side of me and to say how pleased I am to see how they have conducted themselves so far. I think we're in for excellent move with the two additions. And I am certain that they will lend quality to the debate and keep the reputation of this House where it ought to be and continue to be. As you can see from Senator Sensei, she takes time to do research, and that is a good thing. Having said that, Mr. President, let me get to this, because I think all of us in Grenada understands the importance of having a properly functioning and effective consumer affairs division. I don't think we can overemphasize the need for us to have a properly functioning and working consumer affairs division. And that is the key thing here, working and properly functioning. Because without that, anything can come to our market. And our consumers, as was said by the mover of the bill, for want of economics and other things and deals, will get involved in products and services. It involves services as well that are less than what it should be. In terms of the director issue and moving to a public officer, when I read this initially, I had some concerns, but at the end of the day, if we get the right person in the position, I don't think it will be an issue, and this is what is needed here. If it creates a better, efficient, and proper functioning department, I have no objection to it, and I believe it doesn't have to be the minister. It will be, once it goes through the process, the person, as was stated by Public Service Commission. I didn't have a difficulty with that. The amendment, but I want to raise the issue of safety of products and our ability of the Consumer Affairs Department or division or whatever we call it when we get it working. and the ability of the department to be properly staffed with the technical people to deal with the issues that will confront them. Because this is not only consumer products in terms of food and food-related items. We have a number of vehicles on our road that comes in from Japan, as we call wherever they come from, that totally doesn't meet safety requirements. And this is a safety issue of our consumers. And when they end up in accidents, what happened and who died and so on and so on. And it goes back to the other point of standards. We don't seem to have standards set up properly and working that will require these products and services that come in to meet a particular standard. So for example, a vehicle can enter the US market unless it has certain safety bars running on the side of the doors to the front, crash points and all of that and so on. We seem to just let anything come into our market and then endanger the lives of our people. And that is consuming of products outside of food. This is a vehicle. And we need to set the standards, because how could a consumer affairs division properly function without standards to work against or work with? You must have standards set on all of these product items that are coming in, whether it be toothpaste, that was mentioned by the leader of government business. And then when we look at the issue of these products that come in, the question becomes, where is Customs Bureau standards on consumer affairs? How are we working in collaboration and in tandem to ensure that the consumer is protected? I know Customs have the authority to refuse these things once Bureau standards do an inspection. We do heavy inspection on tires. Bureau standards will come in, especially on used tires, and say these don't meet the requirement, they're not up to standard. There are times in the history where a whole container of used tires was turned back. Cannot be allowed to come into the market and to be used by our consumers. That level of collaboration is something that must speak to, and mustn't just be in an act. It must, how we operationalize that. Is it that when these plans are drawn up, the plans that they talk about here, that Senator Sincere refers to, is it that these operational issues between the Customs, the Bureau, and the Consumer Affairs, is it that they're going to meet weekly? Is it that inspection or inspectors are going to go out and inspect all of these things to ensure the language is there, the measurements are there, as Senator for Agriculture spoke about? So there are a number of things in operationalizing this department that needs to be looked at, not just from a consumer affairs and the issue of consumers bringing complaints. And then there is the issue of time to react. Because if you cannot react quickly on some of these issues, we would have defeated the purpose. The authority given to Customs and to Bureau within the consumer affairs must be a direct link where they can react quickly to an issue that has come that may be life-threatening. And you know, we in the private sector have nice ways of getting around things. So when you talk about the expired product, we ain't bringing in expired product, but we're bringing it close to the data expiry. 3 months to go, 6 months to go. And again, that speaks to our standards or our laws. Should we allow any product to come in?
For a moment, I thought it was Senator Lewis speaking. But they say confession is good for the soul.
Mr. President, you know, I say it as it is. My constituents that I represent must follow the proper rules, and at the end of the day, we're protecting people. So if a consumer wants to buy a product, and a lot of our businesses do it, they look at products that are going to be expiring within a year, and they get really great deals, because in the US and other countries where these things come from, this is against the law to have anything on the shelf within a year of expiry or whatever the time frame is. And then we go and we buy these deals and we get huge discounts, we bring it to our people, and at the end of the day, we discount it. And as you said, leader, mover of the bill, Senator Garwe, that, you know, for the want of deals, we get into these things, and then we get ourselves in trouble. So I reinforce the point, Mr. President, that we have to set standards for ourselves. We don't have. And a lot of these countries set standards that sometimes end up being trade barriers, depending on how they set it. But it's not that. It's about protecting your people and to ensure, and it's not just good, I mean, it's goods and services across a wide spectrum. There's electronics. There's a lot of things that come into our country that you pay for it, and then when within 6 months, 3 months, it's spoiled, you can't get no warranty, this, that, gone. And you lose. And as you said, Senator Garwe, when people come to discussing the issue of their hard-earned money, how do we, recover? And with internet shopping and post-COVID or in this COVID environment, we're going to be doing a lot of that. And the issue is there recourse? And is there standards that when we go on the internet and we buy these things, are they meeting the standards of the country? Again, these are discussions that need to be dealt with. I fully support the issue of the removal of the fee to lodge a complaint, because I don't think we can encourage people to come forward if they have to pay every time they make a complaint. And if I have 5 complaints, I have to pay 5 fees? I mean, come on. So we need to remove that to encourage people to come forward. But in encouraging the people to come forward, we need to react timely as well. Because if I don't have to pay a fee to complain about a product or whatever service that we get, the issue becomes, where's the sense of complaining? I won't complain again. So if a contractor is providing a service to me, Mr. President, that is woefully under the standards I require, and we have a lot of strange things going on in construction after Ivan, and we had no way to complain to really. Consumer Affairs covers that. So when we have fraudsters coming in and doing things, we could deal with them quickly and immediately. But we need to react timely to the issues when the complaints come in, because it will then not encourage people to come forward and complain when there are issues that they're facing. I want to finally say that I support Senator Andre Lewis on the public discussions and the education. I think Senator Garwe raised that point. I would even go far as to say that, when complaints come to the Consumer Affairs Division, barring issues of confidentiality, and when it goes to arbitration or wherever in appeals, the public must be part of that hearing and must understand what is being discussed. We need to have this kind of public discourse. That mustn't be held behind closed doors, because the average person, suppose somebody complain about tires, and the person who buses and so using these tires have defective tires on the market. If it's not in the public and people understand the discussions are going on, I may continue to buy and put people's lives in danger. So we need to have something set up where these discussions can happen in public and not behind closed doors. Probably when it reaches a certain place in the discussions, we may go behind closed doors. But initially, I think, when complaints come forward and the Consumer Affairs Division decides this is a valid complaint and something that needs to be investigated, some aspect of that needs to be in the public domain, whether through a PR program or whatever. But even the discussions, I don't think is something we should hide behind closed doors. It should be happening in the public and invite public to come in and comment and give their. I think these are things that not supposed to be behind closed doors, Mr. President. And I will urge Senator Garwe and in his considerations when they develop the work plan and so on for this department and they operationalize it in great detail, that these are things that need to be considered, because the public at the end of the day is the one we're trying to protect with this act. And the only way to do that is to be open and transparent in the issues that's being discussed as we see them being discussed. So I fully support the amendments being made. And of course, the corrections that is made by Senator Sincere as we go into committee to change those. But I think it's an excellent move, and in operationalizing it, I think your research department of that division has to be carefully looked at, and people brought in or engaged, not necessarily working full-time, but engaged in different sectors of the economy that come in and properly advise the consumers. So whether it be vehicles, whether it be electronics, whether it be foodstuff, whether it be whatever, they could get proper advice so that when we look at to investigate these matters, properly investigated. And alongside that, we really probably need to engage the Bureau to get far more active in setting standards for a wider range of products and not just limited to the some that we have now under mandatory standards and so on. We really probably need to set standards quickly, in conjunction with CARICOM, because we are reinventing the wheel. There will be standards set for a number of things across CARICOM, so we just need to adopt it, look at our particular situation, and see how we can deal with it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Diari. Senator Noah.
Yes, Mr. President, I share the same sentiment with my colleague regarding the corrections that need to be made on the bill. And let me commend her for good observation and so forth. But in regards to the intention of the bill, I would support the intention of the bill because I believe that good governance has been exercised and democracy. And we often hear about the rights of the customer and protection and so on. And I think that is, we're going in the right direction in regards to protecting the customer and protection overall in terms of defect goods and so on. Because it has been the custom in this country, I think, where people, numerous problems, where in terms of complaining, and you have some of the business people that gives a lot of problem in terms of compensating these people for the defective goods and so on. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and that will also benefit, in my view, the ordinary man. The poor ordinary man is more likely to suffer, in this case, without a bill like that being passed. Whereas the different people in society might be better off in terms of having access to a lawyer or being able to pay a lawyer and so forth. In this case, glad to see that the bill addressed the issues where the ordinary man could be compensated and so forth. And especially in regards to the removal of payment for lodging the complaint. Again, I think that is a step in the right direction, whereas he addresses the vulnerable, poor and vulnerable people and so on. So this is very good. Again, the bill seeks to benefit the exploited, poor and exploited people who have been taken advantage on a daily basis in this country. But the only thing is, well, before I mention that, let me also support Senator Campbell in regards to the agricultural products and so on. In terms of the label, just yesterday I used some stuff on my plants, and at times the label could be a bit difficult to read. Not just being difficult to read, but the label sometimes doesn't be, in terms of being specific, in terms of whether it's 2 tablespoons and so on, it could be difficult for the regular ordinary farmer to get the information. So I think those are things that need to be considered going forward, as well as the environment taken into consideration. So some of the chemicals that we bring in for agricultural use and agricultural produce, we ensure that it does no harm to the environment and does no harm to our good soil here on the long term. So these are some of the things that are looked at on the bill that I think is good, and I see a step in the right direction where we have the removal, which is clause 2, the removal of the minister, where prior to now was given the authority to appoint the director of the consumer affairs and so on. That would be given to public officer. So I think that's a step in the right direction again, but I also would say Senator Lewis brought the point that is how that is done is the issue and so on. But again, I would say it's a step in the right direction in terms of consumer protection and so on. The only thing is that I'm just a little bit appalled that this has taken so long in a modern society, because I would think that bills like that would have been enacted already in terms of protection of the consumer and so on. Because as it is, it appears though in the construct as it is before, it seems as though we will tend to protect more the businessman than the consumer, which is the ordinary man. So in my view, I'm just a little bit appalled that this bill, in terms of proper protection of the customers and so on, was never really done in the past. So I applaud the bill, not because we opposition, we will just oppose everything. But I think once something is in the interest of the ordinary man and the people of this country, where we could benefit significantly, again, the intention of the bill. But Senator Sincere had pointed out some of the errors, mistakes there. Going forward, I would support the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Noel. Just as a point of information to let you and other senators know that the demand for consumer protection legislation and at the time an agency was part of the programmatic platform of the trade union movement before 2008. In fact, in the Manifesto of Workers' Interests published by the trade union movement, that demand was made. And it was one of the things we were demanding when we were also demanding formation of social dialogue grouping, right? And so it is not only your frustration, but certainly the frustration, I would think, of the labor movement, because it took quite a long while before, as you notice, this legislation was just, the bill was passed, and the Consumer Protection Bill is 2018, yes? And it took that long for the bill to come into force, and we were campaigning. There was a significant campaign, and Senator Lewis will tell you that, by the trade union movement making this demand in 2008. So it literally took 10 years of pressing legislators. And the problem is pretty widespread, especially with electronic goods, right? People bringing electronic goods, they bring in no parts, things go up in arrears, and quite often these goods are purchased through hire purchase, where the worker has to pay a massive amount of interest, because quite often the hire purchase industry is really the sale of interest and not so much goods. So they make the goods really available at little or no money, but paid over a long period of time with massive interest. And it's unfair to working people to have to buy a television, a refrigerator, a washing machine. And it will be inappropriate for me to call names, but I can tell you that people have suffered a significant amount of disappointment and agony. And then the other problem with these things is they bring in no parts. So there are worn, known parts of this equipment will go. I mean, if you buy a washing machine, one of the most replaceable parts is the pulley, that rubber pulley that spins the machine. And that goes. And that's understandable, because it's actually a consuming part of the machine. And for a simple pulley, having spent $3,000 plus interest to buy a piece of equipment, and within 12 months that goes. And you know what some of these businesses do? They offer you a new round of credit, right? Rather than replace it because you can't find the parts. And that's one of the significant problems that I hope at some point. But this is where public interest matters and legislation come in. So the trade unions, people like yourself, can raise public interest issues, and even through private members' bills, seek to strengthen legislation in order to better protect the public, and ultimately, in many instances, protect yourself. I just thought I would make those comments, all right? Senator Gawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to further provide some clarity to the questions and proper suggestions that was raised by members, 2 additional members. And I want to start with the last first, and that is the concern raised by Senator Noel as to the fact that such an important bill took so long in coming. And we share the same concern as well, as we would have stated in the presentation that this is a part of a harmonized piece of legislation within the OECS. And it has been taking too long. We move ahead of everybody to get it. So we have to give kudos to this government and just listen to what Senator Humphrey, the president, would have said. Before 2008, they were making moves for something of this sort to be implemented. It didn't happen. But we know the history in Grenada over the period of time. And we're here today to ensure that this is given all the teeth necessary to provide the protection for consumers. And I'm extremely happy that it is happening. It took too long, but it is happening because this government decided we're going to move. There's some things, yes, you wait, and you can't wait indefinitely when your people are hurting as a result of this long wait. So we have to be grateful that it is happening. It's happening today, and you're part of history making it happen. Probably it waited for you to be a part of this process. The whole idea of safety raised by Senator Diali, we can belabor the point, but it's a very important point. Safety will always be the number one priority of this government. Safety for its people. And we've learned something new today. You get opportunity and great deals. Commodities, products that have a certain lifespan. And you could bring it on to the market. And I do agree from what he said, and I'm putting this together, there will be a greater collaboration with the Bureau of Standard, which is a part of the Ministry of Trade, and the Ministry of Trade is implementing the Consumer Protection Bill. So there will be greater collaboration, and of course, the custom. Because the custom is the first gateway to things coming into this country. And if we are to ensure that we maintain the standards, it's one thing to have it, and the next thing to have officers who will implement it. And based on what I've seen in the past, officers are very responsible about the job. And I want to believe that we'll continue to see this happening in as much as ensuring that the goods that comes on the market is of high standard, high quality. We can't do nothing less, Mr. President, because there is a correlation to health as a result of if or people going to consume faulty products. Yes, and I want the business community to recognize it this way. We can get cheaper goods to come on the market, and it all will turn out good in terms of your profit margin. But if those goods, because of expiry dates and so forth, will create health problems, the very country, health system will be stretched. So we have to see this as all of us be in this together, working to ensure that whatever produce or products on the market is of the high standard. And secondly, to this, the Bureau of Standard, your work will be scrutinized daily to ensure that those standards have been maintained. And I agree with Senator Diali. We have to lift the bar. The standard that you will find in one jurisdiction stating that commodities 1 year to expiry should not be presented to the consuming public. But why we cannot have that too? Or standards should be across the board for everybody. That might be one of the reasons, say, first world nation and second and third world. But the health of the people should be paramount. And if one standard exists in one country, let it be here as well. We have moved recently to ensure that vehicles 10 years and over not will not be landed in this country. Why? We're talking about environmental issues, but health issues as well. That's the standard we have established, because in the first world nation, they recognize those vehicles are creating serious environmental problem, and people with underlying respiratory problems having issues with those vehicles. So they get it off from their lands and dump it in those third world nations. We here, and we taking the lead again, and saying as a nation, 10 years and over, don't come. There's no free port for you. And I mean, some folks say, why are you doing this? Because of the reasons I've shared. It's a bigger problem. The health issues that will be created, the environmental issues that will be created, it will cost us more to correct them. So rather than getting into it and having the problems down the road, stop it. So, who knows? We may get to one day where it's going to be less than 10 years. But that's where the world is going. And we are promoted in the region as going to be the first climate smart city in the region. We have to live by example. And Mr. President, we are indeed on the right track. We are making those steps because the health of the nation is a wealth of the nation. And as a government, we'll continue to ensure that we put in place systems and measures to protect our people. That's what it is. Sometimes, because, as I've said last week, we are a free-spirited people, and I mean, what is free? There are consequences. So, in this period, we ask people to observe protocol for the COVID pandemic and so on and so forth. But this goes against our free-spirited nature. So we have to continue with the education to get people to realize the inherent risks associated with some of our behaviors and practices. And for these reasons, Mr. President, I commend the bill for a second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Consumer Protection Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Gawi.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question under consideration is that the Senate dissolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate and there to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this now House is resolved into a committee of the whole House. And for the new members, at the committee stage, we go through clause by clause. There's no need to stand in addressing the issue at hand. At this stage, you can offer whatever corrections or errors that you would have seen, or you can suggest any amendments you think. And of course, there will be across the floor discussion on that. After which that matter will then be closed, and I will report the findings when we resume in a full session into the House, and then the bill moves to the third stage after that. So we are at committee stage now. So we will dissect the bill and go through it clause by clause. Clerk.
Clause 2, Amendment of Section 8 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2, amendment of Section 8 of the Principal Act forms part of this bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 10 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3, amendment of Section 10 of the Principal Act, forms part of this bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 4, amendment of Section 13 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 4, amendment of Section 13 of the Principal Act, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 5, correction of numbering of Section 31 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 5, correction of numbering of Section 31 of Principal Act to form part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Well, we're going to Clause 6. So,
Clause 6, amendment of Section 33 of Principal Act.
Honorable members,
Mr.
Senator Garvey, yes.
Yes, we want to make an amendment to, a correction to Clause 6. To
One second.
substitute.
They didn't give me a pencil here. Where is?
To replace Clause 1.
1 minute, Senator. I'm a little bit deficient in my instruments. Thank you. Yes. We are at amendment to Clause 6.
6, yeah. Want to, subsection 1, we have subsection 1 of Section 33, but it should be subsection 3. So rather than Section 33(1), we want it to be Section 33(3).
Well, my copy here doesn't have any.
It's just a numbering that we have a problem with. So Clause 1 refers to the wrong section. The correct section
Senator,
to be
you have
applied
me
here.
totally lost. I am completely lost.
You were not here, yes, you were not here.
I am completely lost.
Okay, so,
You are in Beaulieu and I'm somewhere in Ladigue.
you were out when it came up, So, section,
I'm waiting on the guidance of those who know St. Andrew best.
and mind you, it came from St. Andrews, you know? We all from St. Andrews.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
So, Clause 6?
It's Section 33. You're saying no?
Yes. So we were saying the correction, we need to change a subsection 3 instead of subsection 1.
Oh, subsection 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Instead of.
But the wording remains the same.
Yes, I got that. Okay, fine. So, honorable members, the question is. Sorry?
Chair, just to elaborate on that, it is just a typo, so not an amendment. If you look at subsection 3, it has the wording that is referred to
So it's just a
in
typo.
the amended bill itself, so it is just a typo. It does not have to be sent back.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different issue.
Okay.
But we first have to reach concord that it's a typo and agree on that. Yeah. Okay. So, honorable members, the question is amendment of Section 33 of the Principal Act to include a reference to subsection 3 and not subsection 1, which is a typo, forms part of the bill. Those
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Just a small interjection again for refreshment. If there was a substantive amendment, then the bill has to go back to the House to acknowledge the amendment. But because it's a typo and doesn't really affect the substance of the provision, then we just, the drafters now in doing the new bill, in whichever form it will take, will just correct this typo, right? Good. So,
Clause 7, amendment of Section 34 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 7, amendment of Section 34 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 8, amendment of Section 35 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 8. Amendment of Section 35 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 9, amendment of Section 54 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 9, amendment of Section 54 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 10, amendment of Schedule 1 to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question under consideration is Clause 10, amendment of Schedule 1 to the Principal Act to form part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 11, amendment of Schedule 2 to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 11, amendment of Schedule 2 to the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1, short title, Consumer Protection Amendment Act 2020, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Garvey.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee report progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and reports the progress of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this House now resumes. I have to report that the bill was considered clause by clause, and with one typographical change in Clause 6, amendment of Section 33 of the Principal Act, where the typo reference was reference subsection 1 ought to have been subsection 3, where the only matters referenced there. The question, therefore, is that the chairman's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye. And the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Garvey.
I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted. Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
The question is, honorable members, that the bill be ready third time. The question is that the bill be ready third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Bill for an act shortly entitled Consumer Protection Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator, the Honorable Simon Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2020.
An act to amend the Grenada Tourism Authority Act number 24 of 2013, shortly entitled Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question under consideration is that the relevant standing orders be suspended to enable the House to take this bill through all of its stages in this sitting. Those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of...
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. President, the bill before us seeks to amend the Grenada Tourism Authority Act 2013, otherwise known as the Principal Act. There are two specific amendments that are being made to this Act of 2013. The first is increasing the scope of properties that will be covered under this Act, and the second is amendments to the penalties that are associated with non-compliance to this Act. The Grenada Tourism Authority, Mr. President, is responsible for regulating all tourism-related accommodation facilities. But within the Act, it specifies that that focus is on properties with 3 bedrooms or more. And the purpose of the licensing, the monitoring, is for quality adherence standards. However, the Act doesn't cover properties of less than 3 properties. So the smaller properties that exist that are being privately managed, and many by the service providers such as Airbnb are not covered under this Act. And Mr. President, we've seen a proliferation over time, in recent times, of the number of smaller properties, those of 2 bedrooms and less, being offered through the likes of Airbnb. And just for to help illuminate the role of providers such as Airbnb, providers such as them have revolutionized the tourism sector, where you have across hundreds of cities across the world, millions of properties where it's persons' rooms within persons' private homes, private properties are being offered as accommodation for visitors. And we're seeing a lot of those now. It's become very popular here in Grenada. But what we have to be conscious of is these properties do not fall under the remit of the Act. So all of these properties that are being privately offered, privately rented out, are not regulated. And it's important that these properties are regulated also. All of the accommodation sector needs to be monitored and regulated. The accommodation sector is an important part of the tourism product. We've gone beyond just the sun, sea, and sand. It's about the experience of our visitors And those experiences are not only based on, what they're experiencing in terms of what that destination has to offer, but also where they stay is a critical component of that, and the experience that they're able to enjoy. And it speaks to whether it's the safety, basic safety of those properties, whether it is hygiene and cleanliness, whether it's the maintenance of the properties, the staff who attend to them during their stay, and whether that service that is offered by that accommodation provider is in keeping with the service that's been offered, that's been advertised. And in these modern times with social media, where you could have a visitor, a consumer, who has one bad example, that experience is not just limited to bad press for that one property, but it can also damage the reputation and the quality standing of the destination as a whole. Therefore, as the tourism sector becomes more and more sophisticated, as the product offerings become far more exotic, far more complex, it's important that the services that are offered, the product that is offered, is able to meet a standard, a quality standard that ensures that Grenada as a destination remains competitive. Mr. Deputy President, it's also important to note the importance and the relationship between the accommodation sector and airlift, which is so critical to servicing Grenada as a destination. Whether it's the accommodation that creates the demand for the airlines to come in, to be able to fill those seats. We have, and this is not just unique to Grenada, many destinations, regions such as the Caribbean, other parts of the world, especially those smaller destinations, there are arrangements with the airline industry where you have to provide seat guarantees. You have to ensure that those flights that are coming in, all those seats that are coming into your destination are actually filled, and there are financial implications if those flights are coming in less than full. And that adage, you have to pay to play. So the more hotel rooms we have, the more accommodation we're able to offer, the more demand we're able to generate as a destination, is first of all the more viable that airlift is. So those guarantees either don't have to be provided, or the fees that have to be paid are kept to a minimum, or we're able to encourage more flights, to bring in more visitors to our shores, and able to attract and encourage more airlines, whether it is from existing destinations, whether it is from new destinations, to service our tourism product. And having as many rooms as possible, quality rooms as possible, to generate that demand is absolutely critical. So, Mr. Deputy President, it's because of the importance of the accommodation sector that it is important that all types of property, whether they are villas, whether they are hotel rooms, whether it's bed and breakfast, guest houses, private dwellings, it's important that they all attain a basic competitive quality standard. And Mr. Deputy President, the comments that you made with regard to the Consumer Protection Bill, in terms of the need for ensuring quality of goods, quality of service, it's as critical if we're talking about a vehicle, if we're talking about a car tire, whether we're talking about the goods that are in our stores. It is equally as critical when we come to speak to our tourism product and our accommodation sector. So therefore, Mr. Deputy President, the Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill of 2020 seeks to amend the Principal Act to revise the definition of the terms apartment, guest house, and villa, ensuring that all tourism accommodations are subject to the regulations and the monitoring of the Grenada tourism industry to ensure that those service levels, product quality levels are of the greatest, a minimum standard that ensures our competitiveness. So this will include, the amendment will effectively include those properties of 2 bedrooms and less. Mr. Deputy President, the second amendment speaks to decreasing the penalties that is associated with non-conformance to the licensing requirements. And it's decreasing it from a fine not exceeding $50,000 or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years in the existing legislation to a lesser penalty of a fine not exceeding $5,000 or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. And then for reoffenders, so once you've been convicted of a breach, then the fine will be reduced to a daily penalty of $200 for every day that that offense continues. Mr. Deputy President, it's important to note that the reduction in the penalties does not in any way diminish the significance and importance that's associated with regulating the accommodation sector. The intent of reducing those penalties is certainly in this next period to encourage more properties to register with the GTA so that they will fall under the regulatory umbrella, rather than persons trying to avoid registering because of the penalties that are involved. What is going to be absolutely critical in this is the enforcement of those regulations and the enforcement of the penalties that are associated with this. And then in addition, there is a transition period of 90 days from the passing of this bill to enable those that fall outside of the 2 bedrooms and less category to comply with the regulations. So there is this transition period to enable those properties to do what they need to do to register, and then to do what they need to do to comply. So, Mr. Deputy President, the bill before us contains 4 bills. The bill contains 4 clauses. The first clause provides for the short title. Clause 2 provides for the amendments to Section 2 of the Principal Act to revise the definitions of the terms apartment, guest house, and villa. Clause 3 speaks to the amendment of Section 52 of the Principal Act to decrease the penalties for non-compliance. And Clause 4 speaks to this transitional period of 90 days for those who fall outside of the current regulations to comply. So, Mr. Deputy President, the amendments before us speak to a greater focus on ensuring that all properties that fall within our tourism accommodation sector are properly regulated, that standards, quality standards are set, that they are enforced to ensure that the quality of the product that we're offering as part of our destinational product is as competitive as possible. And it's for those reasons, Mr. Deputy President, that I commend this bill for its second reading. I thank you.
Senator Cadet.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I rise to give my unwavering support to this bill. And, Mr. President, like most laws or bills that have come through this House, and like the bill previously, laws are made that you have to adapt to this current situation. As society changes, things need to change, and so too is the law. And looking at the amendment here, Mr. President, you're seeing here that in the definition of apartment at the paragraph, by deleting the words 3 or more where they appear. So basically, Mr. President, what is happening here, you take into consideration places like Airbnb, who would individuals offering 1 or more rooms. And Mr. President, Deputy President, I just want to speak specifically to Airbnb because it's a really interesting concept. I call it the Uber of the hotels. They don't own any real estate really. It's just you putting up your room and getting guests. And what is interesting about this bill is how it ties in Airbnb is to ensure that we maintain safety and hygiene, cleanliness, and also taking into consideration, Mr. Deputy President, the current times. The fact that now with COVID-19, and it will change the way how things operate. It will change the way how we do business. It will change the way how we live, and also the type of tourist will attract. It is said that, Mr. President, that a lot of our tourists that come in here is usually seniors, majority of seniors. And the interesting concept is that it is believed that post-COVID, the market will change to a younger audience of tourists. And, the interesting concept of Airbnb is that they have over 260 million users, and 74% are within the range of 18 to 44.
Thank you, Senator Diallo.
Yes, Mr. President. So you have 260 million users and guests across 64,000 cities using Airbnb, and 74% of that are within the age of 18 to 44. So it's a very youthful base using Airbnb. Don't use traditional hotels, they use small rooms, live in the village. And Mr. President, I think it's very important as a tourism dominant market that we protect the image of this country. And I think with ensuring that it is regulated, that you ensure safety, you ensure that the brand, the name of the country is protected, and you protect the market for even people who want to get into Airbnb. So basically putting money in the hands of people, putting money in the hands of in the local community, and spurring economic growth and development. So, Mr. President, understanding the concept and the intention of this bill, understanding the way things are happening globally, and understanding that we have to adapt and change with the times. Therefore, Mr. President, I give my full support to this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in our last sitting on Friday last week it was, I remembered clearly that there were some members on the other side asking the question, what are we saying to the Grenadian public? And today I would take the opportunity to ask that question. Mr. President, it would appear as if there is a trend, and I'm standing in support of Clause 1 and the other clauses, but I do have some queries, some questions, some discomfort on Clause 3. And in doing so, maybe I can just highlight something. Senator Steele, according to the document in front of us, we have not exceeding $1,000. I think you read 5,000. And secondly, you said $200, and the document in front of us says $250. So I don't know. I want to speak to it correctly. There would appear, Mr. President, to be a trend, as I was saying. Mr. President, it seems as if the business places are more or less put in a position where they're getting just a tap, not even a slap on the wrist, for any non-compliance with the regulations that are set. Mr. President, bear with me. Now, according to Section 15 of the 2020 regulations, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 regulations, number 15, Mr. President, the penalties for a regular man breaking the regulations would be $500, $750, and $1,000. Those are the penalties for that. Interestingly, Mr. President, the Honorable Prime Minister would have said in his response to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition's question, would have highlighted that there were no plans to press charges against the businesses who were either making false claims or where there were issues of disbursement to employees. Now, Mr. President, this clause here seems to be written in the same faith. And I really question the thinking behind. I heard Senator Steele and what he said based on, using this as an opportunity to get persons to come out and, get involved to register their businesses and so on. But I question that thinking. Because if there is a penalty for doing something wrong, I cannot understand why a business place would not want to register, somebody thinking of getting into the business, not want to register the business because there are penalties. To me, Mr. President, that just seems flawed in all its respect. If I am interested in registering, if I'm, for example, as Senator Cadet would have spoken about Airbnb, why should I be so concerned about the penalties for breaking the regulations as opposed to presenting my room or my house to be used, or even to have the hotels registered to be part of that? So I question that, Mr. President. Furthermore, Mr. President, I do have a question for Senator Steele. I would like to understand, Mr. President, what formula was used for the reduction. Because here it is, we're having a reduction from the initial act of 2%. So now the business, the hotels, those that are falling under that category, would basically be having a penalty 2% of the original penalties. So that's what they have. And then a 10% respectfully. So let me put it again back into context. It says here on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $1,000. That, Mr. President, is 2% of the original fine that was in the principal act. Lower down it says not exceeding $250. That, Mr. President, is a reduction of 10%. Now, I do believe that a reduction needs to be given, but I do not understand the formula, the rationale behind the figure quoted. So I would perhaps ask if Senator Steele can give us some more clarity on that so I could better understand what is happening here. But I would caution that there is a trend that we're observing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I rise to support the bill and to make some comments with regards to the threat. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition mentioned that this bill is going to revolutionize the tourist sector. And I support that, and I would like to make a suggestion. I've been fortunate to be part of the team, of a team, developing the action plan for revitalizing the economy. And during that period, we were working with the tourist sector. And it came up on more than one occasion that we need to add additional things beyond the Airbnb. And the suggestion was a day on the farm. We should have a product called a day on the farm. And right now that you are actually discussing standards, right, in terms of accommodation, you can take this on board, look at accommodation, look at the products that you're going to be offering to the guests. You expand the experience, not the sea, sun, and sand anymore, but you go out to the rural areas, spend a day on a farm, and learn something. And you know, Mr. President, sometimes we take certain things for granted. You know, last year, there was a group of 59 Martinicans that came to visit our shows. And they visited my farm. And I had all prepared about, how to intercropping and ecology and so on. And in my presentation, I said, well, we have the male and female nutmeg plants. And immediately everything changed. They all wanted to see what's a male nutmeg plant and what's a female nutmeg plant. So my whole presentation had just gone. And I had to go and look for male nutmeg plants, and they come, looking to see the difference between a male and a female. And when they found it out, they were, so happy that they know exactly what a male is. But there are so many things that we can do in packaging this product, a day on the farm, right? For example, soursop is now a big product. Hand pollinate the soursop. So you get up in the morning, and the pollination takes place at a particular time of the day. So you have that time of the day when you go to pollinate your soursop. And then at a certain other time, because you can go pollinate passion fruit, and then you can go pollinate vanilla, and all these things you can do. Feed the chicken, feed the goats, and all sorts of things like that. So I am taking this as an opportunity to pass on what was said, not by the agricultural sector, but by the tourism authority personnel on that team, right? To say that we must move to the rural areas. We must move away from the medieval model. My colleague, Senator Terry Noel, I'm going to get the name. Yeah, move away from that model and start moving that. The earnings, the tourist dollar would go out into the rural area and, of course, create economic growth and help in the development of the farm. So, yes, Mr. President, I'm proposing that as we put together the standards for the villas and the apartments and so on, I would like to have them engaged in looking at this product, a day on the farm. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Senator Diali, Chris Diali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the changes that is being proposed to the Tourism Authority Act. From the point of view, Mr. President, that, and I'm going to use this word loosely, in these COVIDious times, we have to think about things differently. And so we need to look at what we do and how we do. I am of the view that quality assurance and quality standards for the tourism sector is critical and is important. And we have a number of 5-star and other stars, and Airbnbs are quickly expanding, rapidly developing sector of business that needs to be looked at. And I believe it starts to understanding first of all, what under the Tourism Act that we need to look at to ensure that we have the right standards and the right safety measures in place. And in these COVID years times, the ability to track a number of things. When we sat on the tourism subcommittee dealing with how we open back up, there was a lot of issues around what we do and how we do to deal with COVID and the cost. That is another issue that is going to be significant. When we introduce these changes to the legislation and they now have to fall under the Principal Act and what is required, there is going to be some costs associated and what they do and how they do in order for them to do things properly. So I support that from the point of view that these are things that we need to look at and we need to standardize to ensure across the board we are aware. And the Tourism Authority as well need to understand how they collect data and what they do. And when we looking to help the various sectors of the tourism business, these Airbnb can come in also within the net to get assistance on the programs that we may offer and see how we can develop them as well. Particularly in the sister isles of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, there are areas there and accommodations and properties there that would probably need more assistance than they're already getting. And if they fall under this transition arrangement here that we're doing, they probably now can access what we're doing there. So moving it and allowing them to come in under the umbrella will also help develop them as well. Now, the point raised by Senator Sincere is an interesting one, because I don't want to get the impression out there that businesses are being given, whether it's tourism or otherwise, because on their judgment they'll have something to say about what has happened under the stimulus package. But I think that the idea of moving the penalties and the reduction in the penalties is one to look at the size of the operations. And we look at how we do what we do with various properties. A one-bedroom Airbnb operation, a two-bedroom operation cannot be charged $250,000 or $5,000 for a penalty. It will just bring them out of the water. So I think some consideration has to be given there as well when we size what we do in terms of this. And I suspect part of this is to deal with that. The mover of the bill obviously would give us more details, but your point is valid in that what formula, how did they come around, how did they come up with 2% in one case, 10% in the other case? Again, Mr. President, I say, we have the level of intelligence here that is asking us to bring the movers of the bill. They have to come a little more prepared now. You're going to be examined in a little more detail. Some of us didn't have the time to look at all the details, but we have a young senator here that's going through. Actually, definitely raising issues for the mover of the bill to consider. So I have no issues with that at all. I think the House needs to be given the information as to how the tourism people came up with that. I don't know if Senator Steele could answer, but certainly it will engage us as we move forward as we look at these bills. So, Mr. President, I fully support the changes. I believe it brings some level of standardization to the industry, some level of control, and in these times we need that to understand what we do. We don't want sporadic things happening all over the place and we have no control and understand. Particularly, we need to bring them into the registration umbrella so we know who are out there, what they are doing, and how they're doing it. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, I just want to make some remarks regarding the Grenada Tourism Authority bill. And I would understand the reason in terms of the licensing from 3-bedroom to a 1-bedroom and so on, because it's increased the stock, the accommodation and so on. I understand all that. And again, I believe tourism is a highly competitive venture, because in terms of the space, Caribbean space, almost every country in the Caribbean are competing in the same industry. Almost say with the exception of Trinidad, but even Tobago, I think, is engaged in some level of tourism as well, despite the energy sector and so on. So we have to come up with innovative ways to attract more people and so on. And similar to the point that was made, that in regards to the room stock, in terms of the availability of flights and so on, more flights will be coming in and so on. I support the point, because the fact that you have more flights coming in, which means you have more option, it may well lower the costs of tickets and so on, because you could shop around in different airlines and so on, and those type of things. Again, in terms of the standard, because it is important when you're in a highly competitive environment, which is in the Caribbean, everybody competing in the same tourism industry. So the standard is very important and key to moving the industry forward as we compete and developing a certain level of a brand and so forth. Again, the whole issue of the capacity, room stock and so on, I believe it encouraged the airlifts and more tourists will be coming. So in essence, more revenue will be coming towards the state, but also not just the tourists, but Grenadians in the diaspora would benefit from it as well. In terms of booking flights and so on, they have more availability of flights, and they may have more access to cheaper tickets and so on being available. Because I know, for instance, living in Barbados for a couple of years, you sometimes have 2 Virgin Atlantic flights on a daily basis, together with, coupled with 2 British Airways flights, and then we're talking about Thomas Cook and so on. So sometimes on a daily basis in Barbados, we may see about 7 to 8 jets on the ground at one given time. They have the Air to Sea thing there with the tourism going on in Barbados. So this will encourage people to come and bring in more revenue and so on to the country. Also, the fact that we're moving the business now towards the rural area a little bit. I'm happy to see that, because once we lower in terms of licensing from 3 to 1 bedroom and so on, people who have private homes could construct downstairs and so on and get involved in the business. It's good for the rural community where tourists and so on, especially maybe people in the diaspora could live. But the only problem that I have with that, to a certain extent, is people in the community, taking to COVID into consideration, which you'll have tourists living in home dwellings and so on, along with people in the community and stuff like that. I think that should be taken into consideration and should be considered. And the other problem that I have is the fact that they share the same sentiments with Senator Sinclair in the case of the penalties. Why is it that we have to drop penalties from $50,000, which is 3 years, to $1,000, especially where COVID, in an environment where COVID is concerned? Because I think
I may be a bit facetious and sorry my intervention. No, you don't have to sit. You don't have to sit. I'm just being lighthearted. I suspect part of the reason is that not for this bill to be seen part of the martial law arrangement. I'm just kidding. I think Senator Sinclair got it. I'm saying the nature of the reduction from what could be seen to be draconian to something slight on the risk. I said the motivation might be that this bill not be seen as part of the great martial law plan.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah. Just a light moment.
Yeah. But I still have a little problem with it. Share the same sentiments in terms of reducing it, but I understand somebody with just 1 room, the penalties may be a bit steep. But at the same time, we're operating where things are not normal under this situation where COVID is a concern, as well as we have to be careful again, because this bill would go well under normal circumstances, where things are normal. With COVID right now, because we're seeing in the Bahamas. The Bahamas is getting ready to close. Well, they already closed, I think, from today or so. For another 2 weeks. So I'm not. Yeah, closing. So in terms of debating a bill where the tourism is concerned right now, I'm not seeing that the rebounding of the tourism sector in any not too distant future. And I wonder why sometimes while we're discussing tourism at this very moment, I think we should be discussing something maybe more of the agriculture bill to see where we could boost the economy and so on. But at the same time, after we're hoping that COVID would soon sweep away and then things will return to normal. But as it is now, under the condition as it is, I'm not seeing that's quite applicable at this moment, where you're seeing countries that open up, Trinidad, Jamaica, seeing deaths. I think Antigua, again, have some concern as they open up and so on. So these are some of my concerns going forward with the bill, but I know it's all in the interest. Once things are normal, under normal circumstances, we are going to bring in more people. It's going to bring more people to the state, bring in more revenues. Again, Grenadian in the diaspora would have access to it, more air travel, as well as Grenadians in Grenada who are traveling outside of the country would have more access to airlines and so on, and maybe lower costs. So again, these are just some of my concerns, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So in wrapping up, I wish to thank all members on the floor for their comments. For the purposes of clarification, the reduction in the penalty, is $1,000 and not $5,000. And picking up on the point that Senator Sincere made, and the question that you asked in terms of the rationale behind it is a valid one. It's the right question to ask. And Mr. President, I welcome that comment. I welcome others. It is important that you challenge, and we are able to provide where we can the rationale behind policy decisions that are being put forward. And to address your specific point as to why the reduction in the penalties associated with this. What we've found, Mr. President, is that the larger established properties, those of 3 bedrooms and more, the compliance rates are actually very high. The Grenada Tourism Authority, and before that the Grenada Board of Tourism, has worked tirelessly for many years in ensuring that, that the properties are registered and are compliant with the quality standards. And there is a dedicated team that goes around, I think, every year visiting properties and ensuring that they are adhering to those standard levels. And so the penalty structure that has existed and existed since 2013 is wholly appropriate, but as I said, the compliance rates for those larger properties is high. What this amendment is now focusing on are properties of 2 bedrooms and less, 1 and 2 bedrooms. Mr. President, these are mom and pop businesses. These are ordinary people with an apartment in their home, a spare bedroom in their home, small properties. So to face a fine of $50,000 or imprisonment, up to 3 years imprisonment for non-compliance, for that demographic of accommodation provider is hefty. What we're trying to do is take advantage of the success of Airbnb, which we've seen successes throughout the world. It is a valuable contributor to the room stock of a country, and where Grenada, we have spent years building our room stock so that we have a critical mass of accommodation that not only services the sector, services the economy as effectively and as efficiently as possible, but it also enables us to ensure the viability of the airlift that comes in. So this recent or relatively recent trend that we have seen with Airbnb, and many persons here in Grenada taking advantage of the opportunities that are provided. And as I said, the characteristic of that smaller grouping, it was felt that at this time it is necessary to reduce the penalties so that we can encourage not just persons to comply. There is a carrot and stick, but it's also to get more persons to consider getting into this emerging sector, so that we can have more persons who are encouraged, especially at this time where we know the global economy is severely challenged. We have and will continue to have our challenges. And if there are opportunities for ordinary persons, not just in the South, but throughout the country, to be able to offer their homes as part of the accommodations sector, to keep stimulating and keep pushing our sector forward, especially in these difficult times, we have to take advantage of it. So, Senator Sincere, through you, Mr. President, that's the rationale. That's now the sector that we are trying to target. But it's important to note, and this speaks to Senator Noel's comments and his maiden speech, Mr. President. I listened carefully to what the members on the other side outlined, and something that struck me and is pertinent to this debate is the decentralization of our tourism product outside. Let's move the product to our rural communities outside of the traditional tourism base in the South. And it's something that we have talked about for generations, and we've talked in theoretical terms. But Mr. President, under this administration, we are doing just that. The projects, the two major hotels that are now, ground has been broken in St. David's, so let's suggest the Sixth Sense project. 5-star hotels, that will be constructed there. There is the Leverett project, St. Patrick's, again, moving the tourism product from the south of the country. And then we've had developments in Carriacou. We have a world-class marina that is now operational in Tyrrell Bay in Carriacou, the yachting sector, which is important to us. So this administration, Mr. President, has, since we came into office in 2013, a significant amount of focus on the development of our economy as a whole, not just tourism, and there's the debate, constant debate, is it tourism, is it agriculture? It's both, Mr. President. In fact, it goes beyond just the two. It is all areas where Grenada has a comparative advantage, where we can diversify our economy, that we need to take advantage of that. And we have certainly been doing that within the tourism sector. Focusing not just on the accommodation sector. I mentioned the Sixth Sense projects in St. David's, the Leverett project up in St. Patrick's, but we've had, whether it was the opening of Sandals when we came into office, whether it's the construction of the Silver Sands Hotel, whether it is the Royalton, the upgrade of the former Rex, Kuana Bay, Calavini Point, whether it is the proposed developments, major developments of Port Louis and Mount Cinnamon. Significant investments, significant job creation opportunities, significant economic stimulation for Grenada at a critical time. And all of those projects over these challenging COVID times, the discussions with all of those developers continue, and there is an appetite for the further expansion and development of that sector. But coming back to this bill, It also signals this administration's attention and focus on our smaller investors, our smaller operators, and trying to encourage development, trying to encourage investment, trying to encourage our ordinary persons. It's people with a home with a spare room, an apartment that they wish to rent out, so that they can take advantage and be part of this growth in our tourism sector that we have seen up to this point and the plans moving forward. So local economy, the macro economic picture, jobs created for all, Mr. President. So it's a major step forward. So just addressing Ms. Sincere's point once again, the rationale is now to focus on these smaller properties, and Senator Noel, in terms of diversifying the product, in terms of reaching out and looking for opportunities that can be realized within the rural economy, is a major focus of this administration. And then Senator Campbell's suggestion in terms of the day on the farm, in terms of developing the product. Rooms are important, our beaches are important, but it's about the experience, and it's making that link between the agricultural sector and our tourism sector. So the suggestion that has been put forward by Senator Campbell is certainly a very valid point. So, Mr. President, I wish to, in wrapping up, just say that the amendment that is before us is there to ensure that quality standards are adhered to. There is registration, there is the regulation of the smaller accommodation sector, and the fee structure to, again, the fine structure, is one to provide that carrot and stick, and we can always come back. If there is a need to increase it, to alter it, we can always do so. But this is viewed as being relevant for this given time. And it's for those reasons, Mr. President, that I commend this bill for its second reading.
Thank you, Senator Steele. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes now do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that this House now resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary, if you say nay, I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this House now stands dissolved into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clause 4.
One second. Senator, if there are still points of clarity that you wish to seek, or if there are any recommendations, senators, that you wish to make, you can make those suggestions, and then fate will determine what happens to them. So, no, you don't. In committee, there's no need to stand. The rules are a bit relaxed. A bit.
Thank you very much.
So we have clause 4. Well, let him just introduce the clause 4. Clause 4? Yes? You did that already? Clause?
Clause 4, I was going to go to clause 4. I didn't get to it yet because...
Oh.
Clause 4, transitional provision.
Bless you.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is, Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Is that where you wanted to make your intervention, Senator Sincere?
On Clause 3.
On Clause 3, okay. The question is that Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 32 of Principal Act.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sincere.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While this does not constitute an amendment, perhaps since Clause 2 speaks to categorization of the accommodations, maybe Clause 3 should have perhaps addressed it in that light as well. I wish to note also that the emerging trend of Airbnbs are not highlighted here. Basically, it speaks to apartments, guest houses, and villas, right? So I don't know if maybe moving forward, that's something that should be considered. And I would have maybe like to have some discussion, maybe some further discussion with Senator Steele on giving the penalties based on categorization of the accommodations, because while you're saying that the larger hotels and so on are by and large compliant, and you're basically presenting this to capture the smaller ones, I think it makes a lot of sense to have that match each other. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think those are constructive comments. I think there may be value moving forward in having, as you put forward, different fine penalty structures for different property types. The trend that we see right now, especially with the new properties, large properties that are coming onto the market, are being developed, and the quality of those properties, they are self-incentivized. There is no issue for the Silver Sands in terms of the quality of the product, or Sandals, Quantum, et cetera, So there is an element with those larger properties and the properties that are coming on stream where the guidelines that we will be putting forward as basic guidelines, they would far exceed those. But as time progresses, you may see some of the larger properties, maybe their quality standards slipping, et cetera, over time. So I think in time, as we monitor this, and it's under constant monitoring, that there could be some distinction in penalty structures for larger properties, mid-sized properties, and then the smaller properties. So I certainly think that is something that can be that could be considered in the future. But right now, as I said, the focus is on this new and emerging area.
Yeah.
Sorry, just one other comment about Airbnb and about specifically. I don't think Airbnb is it's a company. There are other providers, and the thinking is because it's specified as basically it's 2 bedrooms or less, it is the Airbnbs and other providers like that are captured within that. So we didn't think there was a need to specifically single out a particular provider, but just having that classification of below 3 bedrooms would be sufficient to capture.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. If I may provide some further clarity in relation to what Senator Sincere mentioned. Under Section 52, it refers to a person who operates any tourist accommodation or tourism enterprise in contravention of Section 28. And and Section 28. Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, well,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Sincere,
fortunately I do.
yes, Senator Sincere was referring to the fact that the specific properties that were defined in Clause 2 were not mentioned in Clause 3. So I take it the honorable member was looking for some sort of specificity in Clause 3. So for the honorable member's clarity, I wanted to point to the fact that tourist accommodation and tourism enterprise, which are referred to in Clause 3, those are defined in the interpretation section. And in that section, tourism accommodation includes apartment, guest house, and villa. So it means that the amendments to those types of accommodations will be covered under tourist accommodation and tourism enterprise. So they didn't need to be specified further in that section, Mr. Chair. I hope that was clear.
Mr. Chair, I beg to disagree. What is presented before us is an umbrella amendment. It affects everybody, and based on Senator Steele's responses to the questions and comments that we had, he basically said the larger organizations are compliant and this would cover the smaller ones basically. But the fact is this is an umbrella amendment. It affects everybody, whether it's guest house, villa, the smaller ones, everybody will be affected by this. So my suggestion was that this going forward, that there be some specifications according to the categorization of the accommodations.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may, I saw there were two parts to the honorable member's suggestion. The first part was there was no reference to the specific types of accommodation in Clause 3, if I could be corrected. That was the first part. So my address was in relation to that. Now, in relation to the categorization for penalties in the future, I was not addressing that particular point. I was only addressing the first part of your point, honorable member. But in relation to that, I don't know if it will add comfort to the honorable member, but the penalties prescribed are maximum penalties. So you would see not exceeding $250 or not exceeding 6 months, not exceeding $1,000. So it gives the court some discretion based on the type of accommodation to give the relevant penalty. So we're leaving that in the hands of our judicial officers to look at the type of accommodation, perhaps the financial situation of the property owner, and then they'll be able to make an appropriate penalty, give an appropriate penalty. So we're not restricting the powers of the court in that way by giving a specific amount for a specific category. But I take what the honorable member was saying.
Senator Williams, if I may, I'm not entering the debate, but just to throw some clarity on what I think the essence of a proposition was. It was based on the principle of equality of justice, in a sense that her arguments were premised on the fact of what I would describe as a light hand tap principle, based on what Senator Lewis would have said last week. I'm developing this principle, and she was taking objection to the fact that when it came to businesses with significant resources, the penalties were small. And an explanation was offered as to why it is the penalties were small, because we were trying to protect small business in the industry. And her recommendation was then you should have some tiered system, right, in the event while the practice may not be, or the incidences may not be, that large upscale properties have a vested interest in maintaining high standards, we have had the experience where some 5-class properties over time has just deteriorated. I mean, I don't want to get into the details there. And I think what the senator is suggesting is that because you tend to have a universal fine, the people who have larger properties and resorts and villas can get away with a small tap on the hand because the maximum sentence is something that I would call it a cocktail change. Whereas for the small guy, $1,000 may just close his business down. I think that's the principle she was addressing, just to put some clarity on the arguments. I think they're all valid, but...
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think I'm quite apprised of the different the different points that the senator was making. I was speaking specifically to the concerns raised on the amendments here, but I do get the larger point that the senator was making about the equality of justice, if you may. But, Mr. Chair, I think that also goes back to the last point that I was making, that it will be up to the judicial officer to assess the financial circumstances of the person that's contravening the section or the business that's contravening the section and make the appropriate determination of the sentence. Therefore, a business owner who's not able to afford $1,000 penalty, if that is taken into account, in the discretion of the judge, may not be made to pay a fine of $1,000. It may be $500, it may be $300, it may be $200. So there is the allowance for the equality and fairness in allotting a penalty in that regard, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just for my understanding and probably even for the listening public, how does this apply to, let us say, someone in the rural area, for instance, who may have a downstairs, and let us say during the carnival period, for instance, or the Christmas, with returning nationals, that one would normally, let us say, rent out a room also. Is that person or type expected to be drawn under this this arrangement? Just for my understanding of my colleagues, because I do know people. Yeah.
Yes is the answer, because if I'm a returning national and I am paying to stay in somebody's downstairs, if it's a family or a family member or a friend, and they're doing this gratis, then I don't have much cause for complaint about the level of accommodation that's provided. But certainly, if I'm advertising and I am trying to procure, business from persons coming to our shores, and I'm charging for that, then it has to be of a minimum standard. So the answer is yes. Once it's for commercial purposes.
Thank you, because this is designed, because we are live broadcast, live streamed, etc., so that our people following these debates would recognize now that not because it is a one-room bedroom that you may have also, but once you do, as you said, advertise, etc., even if it is once a year, in terms of that period, you are expected to be compliant. Yes?
Once you're offering a commercial service, yes.
Principal Act forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 4, transitional provision.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 4, transitional provisions form parts of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 1, short title. Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Act 2020 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. And the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this House now resumes. Honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House of the Senate and passed without amendment.
I beg to move the chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Grenada Tourism Authority Amendment Bill 2020.
Item 16, public business. Item 17, adjournment.
Before we go into the adjournment, from Senator Kim George, the Honorable Kim George, that she, due to pressing legal matters, was unable to attend. And I only saw this message after we had commenced the proceedings of the House. So I wish to apologize, but to enter into the record that she did communicate with me on her absence today, her regrettable absence today. So the clerk, please takes note. Now for the adjournment. Senator the Honorable Chris Diali.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to address a few matters on the adjournment, which I didn't get a chance to address on the Friday sitting. Thank you.
And normally, people don't allow these light refreshments to go cold. So
I will be short. Mr. President, I listened to my colleague Senator from Labour when he spoke on the issue of the hoteliers that did not adhere to the stimulus package rules, and as a result, staff members and employees suffered in terms of delay in getting monies to them and so on. And I thought that was very unfortunate that members of the hotel group would have engaged in activities that wasn't following the rules that were clearly stipulated that they needed to follow, and that only a certain group of employees would be eligible to receive these monies from the government, and the government had put out a stimulus package. I was the one who said here that stood in this honorable House and felt that the stimulus package wasn't enough, and we probably could have done more. But that being said, it is very disappointing to know that members of the private sector, including the hotel group that had access to these monies, would have engaged in activities that would tend to put their own employees at risk and not having monies received to them. And I mean, Mr. President, we're not talking about a lot of money. If somebody is making $1,000 base pay and they're getting 40%, this is $400 they're getting as a help. So this is not monies that, is a huge amount of monies that you would engage in activities to try and look to basically defraud the government from monies coming to ordinary staff members. So I'm very disappointed that this has happened. From where I sit, I believe the government, I hear Prime Minister say they wouldn't pursue this in a certain degree, but these businesses would have signed an agreement stating that if they were found to be negligent in what they're supposed to do, they have to pay back the money. I think we should go further and name and shame them. I don't believe that this is an issue where we should just put this aside because, most of us in the private sector try to follow the rules and follow the laws and do what we're supposed to do, and I don't think COVID is an excuse to break them. And I believe that we need to treat our employees. We say our employees are assets, and we can't do it without them. And yet we engage. I have had people come to me and say, Mr. Diali, I know I'm supposed to get $400, I'm given $300, and when I ask them a question, I'm threatened to be dismissed. And I cannot understand how we can engage in that type of activities and blame it on COVID. I'm sorry, I'm disappointed that that is the case, but I believe that we need to, as a people, operate better in an environment like that. When my colleague senator in Labour spoke about he blames government, I was confused about that. And then when you try to link that government, according to him, is to be blamed and the private sector is to be blamed, there's an insidious link between government and private sector, I believe, is being made, and that we are against Labour. I want to make it very clear that I don't support that insidious insinuation. And to say that if private sector people are not following the rules that is supposed to follow, they are to blame. I was part of a committee that looked at when this incentive package was supposed to be rolled out. The key intention was to get funds to people that are affected quickly. We started talking about giving the monies to the managers of the enterprises, and then only to hear that they're not getting the staff not getting the required amount of money, and things are being done otherwise with the monies. So, from where the government sit, I thought the intention was the proper one. I don't know how we could come back and blame government. I thought my colleague senator was probably talking about something else, but not really the monies getting to staff. And I say this, Mr. President, with no apologies, that I think when private sector companies engage in things outside of the remit of the rules and the laws, they must be held accountable. And I say I am quite happy to name and blame, name and shame, because I don't think we need to encourage that kind of activity at all. Mr. President, I also want to touch quickly on another matter, which is the issue of the COVID bill. And what we saw recently happening in St. Andrews in particular with the Jab and what is happening there. I want to say quickly, Mr. President, when we look at what is happening in our sister CARICOM country, Trinidad have moved from 137 cases to 192 cases in a matter of days. And we're speaking about a second wave in Trinidad. Quite frankly, do we really believe our borders are totally shut from people out of Trinidad? We have so much territory to patrol. Anybody could come and take a yacht, pour it up to Carriacou, Petit Martinique from Trinidad, and it may slip through. It may. And that person may be positive, and we may get another spike in cases in Grenada. We may. Our health services have been doing an outstanding job in keeping control and doing what we have to do. But that job comes with sacrifice. It comes with sacrifice. And most importantly, Mr. President, responsibility. Responsibility of our people. We were very good in the lockdown. We adhered to the laws. And we did what we had to do. And as a result, we have very little cases now in Grenada. No deaths, a major achievement. But could we imagine that we let down our guard and we start to violate all the protocols that we know kept us safe? Social distancing, wearing our masks, sanitizing. For what? Wanting to play jab? I have a problem with that, Mr. President. And if 2020 is a year where we have seen all kind of anomalies because of COVID, what is wrong with postponing the jab celebration? What we saw in St. Andrews in recent times that came over social media, children being exposed, no masks being worn, everybody for the excuse of wanting to have a good time and to play jab-jab, or is it an excuse for us to say we want to go against the authorities because we say no carnival this year? I have a difficulty with that level of irresponsibility among our nation. And you know, the disheartening thing about that, Mr. President, is that it's not, if somebody who playing jab-jab and they get infected and he stay there, and then they look cuckoo, no problem. Because you could say, well, I violate the rules, if I catch it, I have to deal with the consequences. But that is not the problem with this particular virus. It's the innocents, and the innocent one outside of that bubble that is going to be affected. So they will have the possibility of infecting people who are innocent and may kill them. I don't want that. I can't understand how we could think so irresponsible by saying that we want to have a good time and engage in activities like what we saw in St. Andrews with jab-jab. And I also believe, Mr. President, that when we're talking about introduction of postponed carnival, as we did on Friday when we did the bill, how could we send mixed messages? There is an event I'm told to be happening in the stadium where some people is going to come in and have a kind of soca show. What is that? If we're canceling carnival, we have to cancel it in totality. Why are we sending mixed messages and giving permission to have these shows and have people come in our environment? And we really believe that we're going to be able to control social distancing when we start to drink and enjoy ourselves and have fun. I have no problem with people having fun and going out and exercising themselves and getting, I have no issues with that. But in a carnival atmosphere and environment, we do not follow the rules. That is something. I mean, Mr. President, social distancing is not a normal thing for us people. We Caribbean people that like to enjoy ourselves and fit, social distancing is a difficult thing. But if you have to, and you cannot social distance, at least wear your mask. They're going to tell you the mask is very uncomfortable, so we'll wear no mask. But we have to make sacrifices and be responsible to ourselves and other people. And I am not happy with the mixed messages that's being sent, that if we say there's no carnival, we put 2020 as a loss year, let us start to plan for 2021 if there's room for that in 2021. Because we don't know what is going to happen with this virus and how it's mutating and what's happening and whether a vaccine is going to come. And if a vaccine does come, are we going to have it available to us when the first world countries, all of them now spending millions to buy millions of doses of what possibly could come? You might see us not getting a vaccine 2 or 3 years down the road, but that's another discussion. The COVID bill, Mr. President, I could not understand the emotions and some of the things that we were hearing about the bill. I will be the first to blame the government and say that we need to use the white paper process, as you alluded to this morning, Mr. President, to bring bills of this nature early and use the first reading and expose it and let people discuss it and let the public get an understanding of the intent, the true intent of the bill, so that they can have an understanding of what it is and why it is we're proposing to bring this through Parliament. But could... Thank you, Clerk. I will wrap up quickly. But could we... I'm aware, Mr. President. I listened to the debate, I looked at the bill and watched at what was being proposed, and I had real difficulty with some of the emotions and the extremes that was being levied in the public. As I say, I blame us for not, and the government side for not doing this properly in terms of exposing it proper and the intent of the bill. But I want to say quickly, emergency powers and what was brought up about the bill about emergency powers. Since March, when we locked down, the police had emergency powers. I'm not aware of any case that the police use their emergency powers to violate people and bust into people's house and arrest them or pull them out of the vehicle because they make a cough and arrest them and seize their vehicle. I'm not aware of the police doing anything like that. I thought our police force, under this emergency status issue, handled themselves highly professional. They were very accommodating. There were many times you will come to blocks and they will tell you, well, listen, where are you going, what are you doing, do you have on your mask, you don't have on your mask. They were very accommodating. There was no time the police used their emergency powers to the extreme. So I couldn't understand this argument being made. Then could we really talk about a public health issue, really and truly for us, Mr. President? If we get a run on our system, how much ICU beds we have? You understand? How much isolation? I mean, come on. We cannot afford a run on our public health, and this is why I believe the Ministry of Health, through their various other affiliations, is working so hard. And I thought this bill was the appropriate thing to say, listen, yes, we talk about these rules that the police will put out, and we did during the lockdown, and we ain't talking about curfew here, we're just talking about trying to put into law that if you violate and you don't wear your mask, something that needs to be done. Look at the US. I mean, we have the example right here around us and what is happening. Protection of our people. I think this is mandatory. The government has a responsibility to make sure and put things in place that the people are protected, and that is part of their duty. They cannot give up that to anybody else. And of course, when we look at this possibility of this virus and what is happening, I believe, Mr. President, this virus is here with us for a long time. The issue is how we manage it going forward, and whether that management process requires us in everything that we do in this country. Management, we are discussing all these things this morning about the hotel and consumer. It is about creating a regulatory environment for us to manage ourselves and the situation better. And that is normal. That is how we do our things all the time. So I don't see why this bill created that fuss. Of course, we could have discussed it more and put an intent there, but I thought we had emotions move into this thing. And politics, of course, these guys on the other side had to play the politics. We ain't playing politics on this side. Well, I don't know about Senator Sincere yet, but obviously she doesn't seem so, and Brother Noel. But we will get there. But, Mr. President, at the end of the day, we can't play politics with people's lives, and we cannot continue to play politics with the economy that we have now. That to me, is a no-no. And I've always stood up in this upper house and declared clearly that I will certainly not play politics, whether I'm representing my private sector or I'm representing generally. But we have to take our country and our people as a parameter and a primary concern. And I thought this COVID was addressing that and putting the environment in place, the regulatory environment in place for us to enact and do what we have to do. And let me just say, all of these things that they have saying about emergency powers is going to cause these extremes. We have a police force here, Mr. President, that operates under stringent conditions and constraints, and they don't ever go there. And I thought so. I think sometimes we just, as a police, are a little too lenient. When you see certain things, I know people roughing up our police. I think our police could be a lot more stiffer than that, but there's another discussion. And people are going to say that they're abusing their power and they want to beat up people and so on, but when they get up in trouble, you understand, it's another thing. So, Mr. President, I wanted to just touch on these things in the adjournment because I believe that as a people we need to be a lot more responsible, because the amount of things you're hearing outside about what is being planned for this weekend, I am of the opinion that our police force is going to be significantly stressed. And you know, if they were to come down hard on them based on the law, they will say we're taking advantage. You understand, Mr. President? So I make these comments, and I hope that the people listening outside will exercise a degree of responsibility, not only to protect themselves and their children, but all of us. Because if COVID comes here and our local community spread, we're in plenty of trouble. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Daly. Senator Cox.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Mr. President, I want to just touch on a matter that Senator Daly just raised. Just for clarity or correction, I think it's important not to speak on behalf of the private promoter, but more so from a stakeholder standpoint, because stakeholders of the Ministry of Culture are part of that event. The event that in question that Senator Daly spoke about persons going to the stadium, that is incorrect. It's a virtual event that affords our local artists an opportunity, as with other aspects of our culture which have been displayed virtually, as we have seen with the Emancipation, as we have seen with Spice Island Day in Canada, and various other aspects. We believe that there is some avenue for that to take place, and that is being done virtually, based on everything, because we, of course, will be involved and would have some say in terms of what is taking place, and once it is done within the protocols that are established for COVID-19 here in Grenada. So the event is purely virtual. It's a televised event. I do understand also that they are partnered with Flow, who is selling packages. It's a pay-per-view event, and Flow is selling packages so that persons who have cable and television at home can subscribe to see our local cultural acts portraying out there in the world. So it is not a seating event or VIP as it has been populated on social media. While we are very much concerned about that, but we know that we have other persons who have been getting the opportunity to do apply the trade through virtually, because we have to understand that some level of sustenance of some semblance, and it's from the same context in terms of not allowing people to do anything that they're in a different mindset. So, Mr. President, we think that this is satisfactory in terms of striking a balance, and is in that regard, I think that we want to support all our stakeholders in the best way possible. And I know, Mr. President, the calls, sometimes if you don't understand what persons are going through from a financial standpoint, maybe you're not able to appreciate, but you have persons who main livelihood for the last 10 decades is through expression of culture. And all of a sudden, they now don't have an opportunity to make that livelihood and have commitments, have kids. I think those are some of the things that is missing the discussion. And we, as government, as leaders, we have to try to find some common ground to ensure that everybody is safe at the same time. So hence the reason why virtual events are given some leverage there for persons to express themselves from a cultural standpoint. So I just thought it would be important to clarify that. With that being said, Mr. President, I said it on Friday and I say it again. Our greatest challenge is before us. And I speak that from appreciation of having a more intimate knowledge of what is taking place. As we continue to open up, as Santi rightly stated, when we look around, for cases like Bahamas, in the last 3 days, they recorded 100 and something new cases.
Last time.
So that is the challenge before us. But Mr. President, I think we mustn't underscore where we are now as a country. And I think oftentimes we tend to forget that. We must appreciate where we came from since March and where we are now. And I think it is important for us to keep that at the forefront of our minds. And more so, to understand how and why, how we have been able to get to this point. And I see it in the context of recognizing the work of our frontline workers, the nurses, the doctors, the farmers, the utility workers, the teachers, the public servants, the police officers, the private sector. Every fabric of this country came together and brought us to where we are today. And the only how we can sustain that is for us to continue to do this together. And I think that is something that is been missed in the whole discourse of what is taking place. Some of the discussion that is taking place around Carnival or whatsoever, by Tuesday next week, you have a different discussion about schools. Going back to school, the start of the semester, should we go virtual, should we do partial? Those are discussions that we're going to have in a couple of days. And so I think we need to stay focused on those challenges. Bahamas also, they have decided that they're going full virtual.
for next semester. So we have some tough decisions ahead of us. I want to commend the Minister for Education, who has been doing a remarkable job in being able to transition from books to tablets during COVID. I think that is also is underscored and is missed in the whole discourse. You know, so this government have been working. Mr. President, I want to speak to a particular initiative that we took in terms of being proactive and to follow up on the COVID-19 bill that has become a sense of this discussion throughout the nation. Mr. President, I could recall when we were in the task force meeting and the Prime Minister joined us in a meeting on one of those days. And we were getting ready for our repatriation flight, I think our first repatriation flight. And he clearly indicated, and I can't remember if I could quote him, but he said, colleagues, persons have to be tested before they come to Grenada. And he insisted on that, and I think, if I could recall, he was the first person who raised that recommendation at that meeting. When all other countries, some of them scoffed at us for putting that measure in place. Because the Minister for Health at the time, Mr. President, he had several conversations ongoing with his colleagues, Minister for Health colleagues, throughout the region to find out what they are doing, to see what gaps that we have to make sure that we are moving forward in the best manner possible. And today, we see today, Mr. President, that recommendation. Other countries are now following what we did. They're following what we are doing. And I must put on record, Mr. President, the leadership by the Prime Minister is one that is remarkable throughout this process, and I must commend him for that. Mr. President, just this morning, I know as regards to the rules of the House, when you make reference to certain articles, it should be shared with members, but that I can do thereafter. I received an online article that speaks to the city of Melbourne. They took a decision because they had new deaths, 11 new deaths. And they took a decision. Mr. President, if I can, permit me to read from my mobile device. Mr. President, I think it's important for members to understand as it relates to the COVID-19 bill. Mr. President, I think it's very important, and let me just pull this article up. And I'll just read the heading. And I quote, Melbourne cops may now enter homes without warrant after 11 people died of COVID-19, Australia. This is madness, not democracy. So that is how they feel. Mr. President, that is what is taking place in Australia as we speak. And I'll tell you why, Mr. President. And I say this to any member of the House. And let's just put a simple scenario. If you are at home in your house and knowingly see and you know that your neighbor is COVID-19 positive and is he or she is in isolation, and you see or you know that a person have visitors and is going out and maybe infecting persons, Mr. President, would any of us want somebody to go and find a judge to get a warrant before they come and deal with that matter? I beg not. I think nobody wouldn't want somebody to go and find a judge to get a warrant before the police deal with a situation of that nature. Persons will ask, where is the police? Why are they taking so long to come? Mr. President, this clause was there and is there for instances like this.
Mr. Cox, I don't want to stop you, but my understanding is, under current legislation, without emergency powers, the police can enter a home without a warrant. If in an instance where I was chopping up a man with a cutlass and ran into a home. The police don't have to go to a judge to get a warrant. In hot pursuit, they can pursue me into that house. And there are lawyers here who can pronounce that that is not emergency legislation.
That is quite true, Mr. President. I sort of choose not to dive too much into the legal aspect because, I leave that for the persons who, that is the area of competence. But I like to give a scenario in layman terms so that persons can understand and resonate with that. And I think that is the challenge that is before us, Mr. President. I think my colleague, Senator Lewis, have continued to advocate the aspect of education. And I think that is an area that we have to do more to bring persons up to speed in understanding what is before us. But I say this because I still believe that not everybody understands the gravity of what is before us. And the only time that persons understand that is when it hits home. Just yesterday, at a particular meeting, a staff member of the Ministry of Finance, there was a discussion about a family member who was found positive with COVID, wasn't feeling so well, went to the hospital in a particular state in the United States, and could not get a bed, had to go back home and wait until a bed was available. And you know what happened? The person got worse, and they are now struggling for their life. Mr. President, there are a number of stories that we can speak about. There are a number of our citizens, our brothers and sisters who pass, who die as a result of COVID. I do not know what else is enough for us to suffice for us to understand. I do not know. But the only thing that I believe that we can do is to continue to educate our people and let them know what is before us. But before I close, Mr. President, I think it is proper and fitting as a government that we recognize entities, businesses, persons who would have stepped up in the crunch time and gave significant cash donations to bring us to this state of readiness for COVID. And if you permit, Mr. President, I just want to call a few names here, Mr. President. Mr. President, I first start with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, who were first and foremost in terms of bringing the rapid test kits here to Grenada. They didn't send them. They fly and drop them here for us, Mr. President. We want to thank the government and people. The government and people, the Republic of China, People's Republic of China, Mr. President, they continue to support our efforts. The Canadian banknote, they were the first to purchase PCR machines for us, too. At that, Mr. President, I think it's important to note that. Mr. President, Digicel and Flow, when we wanted credit phones and phones for persons to do contact tracing, they didn't hesitate. When we called, they responded. They asked how much phones you need, how much credit you need, because they understand, and they were part of our success, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have ambassadors out in, also ambassadors at large and ambassadors various in the diaspora who supported significantly as well. Ambassador Newfield, we had our High Commission in London, we had our embassy in Washington. They played a significant role. Our ambassador in the UN in New York, who played a significant role in providing support to ensure we get to this point. Mr. President, we have support from Republic Bank Grenada, First Caribbean International Bank Grenada, Mr. President. Also, SPs International, Ambassador Cohen, Silver Sands. Mr. President, I say this for persons who might be listening. If you didn't hear your name, also Rubis Caribbean, Mr. President, if you didn't hear your name here today, it doesn't mean that we didn't forget you.
And we want to thank everybody who contributed in some way to ensure that now, today, that we can proudly say that we have a testing facility at the General Hospital. Now we have testing facility at SGU, 2 testing facility on island, Mr. President. I think, and I've been told it's the first in the region to have that, 2 testing facilities, Mr. President. I think we must be commended as a nation for where we are today. And as a government, we are pleased to be leading this process at this point in time, because we believe that we are the right team for the job. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Steele?
No.
Oh, and then Senator Lewis. Yeah.
You must expect that. You go on. Can't. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to start off, with your permission, by extending condolences to the families of the loved ones who would have lost their lives in the accident in West Hall. I think it is fitting that I extend, because 2 of the people who died, basically workers, and we had a Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Also, then.
Yes, okay, thank you. We have a member of the RGPF, that's Alistair Andrew. We have member of the Ministry of Health at the Mungay Hospital, that's Sister Roxy Batiste, and Sister Kimby Felix, who worked at the General Hospital as a lab tech, who was a shop steward within the Public Workers Union. We want to extend our condolences to the family and to those who got injured. And also permit me to extend condolences to TAU has lost a member of staff and an outstanding trade unionist and committed worker to the cause of the working class, Comrade Martin Redhead, who was the dad of our former Senator, Comrade Ron Redhead. So we want to extend condolences to the family. Comrade Martin died while in service, and it is the first time, Mr. President, you can bear me out on this, in the history of TAU, we would have lost someone while in the service to the union. As a matter of fact, no, so I stand corrected. Comrade Martin, as a matter of fact, left for home while we were on the battlefront in the fight in relation to Grenada. He's an outstanding comrade, one full of integrity, one who refused bribe being offered to sell out workers, and we know as a fact, and I want to commend them for that and to place that on record. So we extend our condolences to these comrades. Colleagues, through you, Mr. President, I know that we have been debating a number of matters, but there is an atmosphere that is existing in the country currently, and as servants of the people, we need to address these matters, regardless of what side of the fence we may stand on, regardless of what side of the table that we may stand on. And I know that Senator Diali addressed the matter frontally, and I want to commend him for that as the representative of the private sector. And I dare say, I can see coming out from his upfrontness, Brother Anthony and Brother Leonard will be very proud of you, promoter of PBC, Brother Senator Diali. But it is important to highlight the following. As I said last week, Friday, the trade union movement and the labor and the trade unions in particular have had to deal with the dismissal of workers, especially in the hotel sector, and I'm dealing with the hotel sector, for one chicken leg, where a worker claims that he or she were feeling a bit hungry and were found eating one chicken leg without the permission of management, and they were summarily dismissed. We have had cashiers who have been dismissed from financial institutions for misappropriating or thieving. In this case, it is called thieving, with ordinary worker, a few dollars. But a few dollars, whether it's 1 cent, we no longer have a 1 cent, 5 cents or 10 cents. Stealing is wrong and must be punished. So let me read for you the following, just 2 lines. The report from the government which says, the following are some of the abnormalities identified during the process. That's the process of reviewing the complaints as to why people were not paid. It says here, misrepresentation of the salaries of senior and management level staff to make them eligible for stimulus payments despite being expressly excluded from the benefit. Misrepresentation is another word for stealing, thieving, doing something wrong. And for the Prime Minister to just comment that this is forgiven, no action will be taken, must be sending the wrong message. And I stand on the points raised by Senator Diali. Remitting smaller amounts to employees than was received. These are clear. This is not me in the labor movement wanting to make someone look bad. Or look, this is a report coming from the state. And why did we say, and why do I maintain, Mr. President, that the very act of the government excluding the labor movement from the stimulus package evaluations committee contributed to these actions? And I'm maintaining this and repeating it. Had we been part of the evaluations committee as originally intended, we were in a position to flag these things before they occur. And therefore, the very action by the state of excluding the labor movement has contributed to this activity. Why am I linking this to the current state? There's an air of uncertainty, of rebelliousness, of mistrust occurring in the country. And when we have our servants, our leaders, making public statements, condemning the actions of the court, refusing to pay the hard-working public servant, Sister Gemma Bain Thomas, who have given years and years of human service to this country. And regardless of what the court has ruled and has mandated that she be paid, and she has not yet been paid, and she continues, apart from being paid probably 2 or 3 years ago, but she continues to lament the non-payment. And then you have Mr. Dorset Charles, who the court pronounced on. And then our leaders will make public pronouncement of the utter disagreement with the court, which appears, Mr. President, to indicate why the government is not honoring this commitment. What are the messages that we send in to our youth outside there? These are interrelated. These are interrelated, and it cannot be, Mr. President, that because I'm the leader of an organization or the Prime Minister of the country, or I'm the president of a group, I can set different standards and expect people to follow, Mr. President. These are contributing to the issues that we are having, and that is why, in the context, Mr. President, of these mistrusts, these levels of uncertainty, the COVID-19 bill must be seen, control bill. It is not just about intention, because once we speak about intention, then people will
will relate it to that which is happening. Could you imagine that on the Friday evening, before the other place sits, there is a bill which is expected to go through its 3 stages. In the context, Mr. President, where we have the state of emergency that we have supported, that runs into October, in terms of Parliament making the necessary authorization for the state of emergency of a 6-month duration, which we passed in this Senate in April of this year, and 6 months will take us into October. The question must arise, what is the intention, Mr. President? And I was part of, and a proud part of the demonstration outside of this building to speak about our concern about the attempt and the manner in which this bill was attempted to be passed. I was a proud member, despite the fact that there was a commitment given to put it on hold. But we need to send that message that gone are the days when we will just sit and accept anything that comes our way without demanding engagement of a proper and robust discussion. The Grenada Trades Union Council engaged our legal professionals with a discussion on the matter, and there are cause for concerns. There are indeed cause for concerns. We will not want to equate, Mr. President, the fact of someone committing an offense in a house where someone is using a cutlass, whatever it is, chopping up someone. We do not expect the police to have to go to get a warrant to go in to prevent the crime from being committed or to save someone's life. But we in the labor movement see it entirely different as to whether or not there is a suspicion of someone in our house who may be accused of not wearing a mask properly, because the proposed bill itself says where there is a suspicion of a crime may have been committed. And we give different weight to these matters as to when a warrant may or may not be warranted. So, Mr. President, through you, we have expressed our deepest concerns, and we welcome discussions on this matter, the COVID-19 bill, because it is existing in a period when there is a grave concern as to what one may describe as a certain level of arrogance by our leaders. That is what is said about Sister Gemma Bain Thomas. I am not satisfied that the previous administration did what was right by having her performing that function through no fault of hers, and therefore it must leave us to wonder, probably, well, as to whether or not these are some of the contributing factors as to why she's not been paid. So we have these concerns, and we make an appeal that we recognize that the children of the working classes have been said by you, Mr. President, and I want to repeat this and to expand on it. Because in the labor movement, we recognize that years ago, Mr. President, that gone are the days when as leaders, as servants of our people, that we can just say jump and people will jump. We are in the age of knowledge and technology, where we have encouraged our working class and ordinary people and the citizens of our country to question our leaders, to hold us accountable. And the best way we can show this, Mr. President, is by indicating a sense of respect and engagement on matters of national importance. I take this opportunity to lend our voice to asking our people to be very responsible in this particular period. We have a duty and a responsibility. There will be 2021. Grenada is not in a position to lock down its border totally from those who may want to enter. We have seen recently that the police charged or arrested non-nationals from entering into our country without following the necessary legal avenues. And we know that this can happen, and it takes one individual to get into our state and to expose all of us. I use this opportunity to make an urgent call to all of our workers, all of our citizens. Let us act responsible. Let us not expose ourselves to unnecessary harm and danger. Let us not expose our young kids, our elderly, and the population to a scenario that we may not be able to manage and to control. And therefore, over the next 2 days, let us report to work, Monday and Tuesday. Let us on Sunday reflect. Let us pay homage to our ancestors. Let us big up, if I may say, our Carnival tradition. Let us plan for next year. But let us not do anything that will unnecessarily expose us to potential danger. And to call upon the authorities to lead by example, and be it that we are leaders of the trade union movement, be it that we are leaders in the different political parties or in government, let us respect the laws. And let us allow the police to do its work. We have heard complaints of police officers enforcing the Emergency Powers Act by trying to get people to stay away from certain socializing. But some of our leaders, members of parliament, MPs, representatives, may intervene and indicate that these areas are okay, and we should allow these people to come. If this is happening, I'm making that call for the relevant authority and the people of Grenada to call out to our politicians if and when that is happening. Our country is small. And because our country is small, if it is south of the island, this is allowed to happen. Then in the east of the island, people will be aware of it, and then it will be what we say as old mass, not in Carnival, but old mass, that everyone feels that they can do what they want to do. And therefore, this is a period when leadership is extremely important. And last but not least, as part of this call that I'm making, if what I heard, because even during the period of COVID, the rights of the worker and the rights of the country and the rights of the citizen is not on lockdown, and it is not on quarantine. If what I heard in the other place, sometime last week, is correct, when someone in the other place spoke about the possibility of state resources being used for party politics, resources, if this is correct, this must be condemned, and this must stop, because people are likening that to the outstanding issue of the use of the cell phone that has been admitted to for thousands upon thousands of dollars by a former a party activist that has not yet been repaid. And if what is said in the other house, in that other place, is correct, these are leading to the levels of mistrust, a level of rebelliousness that is taking place, and our country is waking up. And as the civil rights leader, icon, John Lewis said, there's nothing wrong in giving trouble once it is good trouble. I wish everyone all the very best, and to end by welcoming the new senators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak on two issues here. I just want to put into context some of the misinformation I've just heard. I will not support wrongdoing in any way. Neither will I go against the ruling of the court. And this government has demonstrated this constantly. I'm a part of this government. As responsible members of this honorable house, we cannot speak on both sides of our mouths. Is either for or are you against? What message are we sending to the same young people, my honorable member on the other side? When you stand in a demonstration against something that is not. The COVID-19 bill, we understand the uproar in the communities. Because as I've said, people and Grenadians are so free-spirited, not used to this lockdown. And carnival is a form of expression that we have seen from slavery to express probably frustration and so forth. But this will not be this year because of the pandemic. Okay, there was not wide consultation, my brother. But, Mr. President, the government was very responsive and listened to the cry of the people and said, hey, we will pull this. We will pull the bill and allow consultation. Let people voice. So then, to go and join a demonstration, I question the motive of the member. That's what was not honorable in my view. This very said young people you promised to protect, you were leading them the wrong way. If you didn't like certain aspect of the bill, allow the consultation, come and speak. And we have seen before, if this government will listen, several consultations and farmers make contribution to the budget process, and you find those things in the budget paper. We have that reputation because it is known it's a caring government. But to fight against the process, and we all understand the dangers COVID-19 presents to us. And the bill, COVID-19 bill, is not designed to shut you down and to take away your rights and the privilege because nobody cares. No. This is about protecting these very young people and protecting the country because we do not have the resources if there is community spread. So it's very irresponsible for a leader to take the people through this misguided demonstration. It was misguided. And we have to come to terms that as a people, and we here in the Senate, history will judge us. Speak correctly on one side of your mouth. Tell the people the truth. Stand for what is right. That's what we ought to be about. But it's unfortunate. We talk about arrogance. It's really unfortunate. A government say, okay, we were wrong to not have that level of consultation, and we're going to pull the bill. And you're going to say, arrogance? I mean, come on, you forget the meaning of arrogance. This is demonstrating to the people that we recognize our authority, and we will pull it back and give you that opportunity to consult. That's not arrogance. This is humility at the highest level. You got to change that perspective, man. This government is known for demonstrating care for its people. And we have to take this further into context, Mr. President. In 2013, when this government came into office, we met an economy that was bankrupt. Remember, we were selling assets to pay salaries? Remember, we went to the international community and said, we cannot continue as we are. We need your help in restructuring this economy. And we got blows from all sides, saying you have to be crazy, you're not dealing with your creditors in a right way. But we said we have to do it. Nobody knew COVID was around the corner. But I remember the government saying, the government said, we will go through this 3 years of structural adjustment program to realign the economy. And whatever savings we made in this period, the entire country will benefit from it. We got attacked again on that. But we were committed to it. And we said the low class of workers, their salaries will not be taxed. But remember, the other side was saying, start it from 1,200. So it means that every vulnerable person in the community had to make a contribution in this regard. We said, no, we would not do that. But today, look what happened, Mr. President. COVID-19, nobody knew it was coming. But I thank God for this government. And the Bible said that God set up whom he chose, and he pulled down when he desired. And he set this government up at this time to take us through this period of COVID. So the savings we have had over the years is what is providing the stimulus and so forth. But if we don't manage this properly, that reservoir will fall. Because what is tearing the world in his face could be a massive recession. And everyone needs to take the necessary precaution now to protect its economy. So when we say and we advocate that we need to protect our people, and the COVID-19 bill is to ensure that we protect the limited resources that is in the country, it's for our own good. There are countries right now, Mr. President, can't pay full salaries to the public officers. So monthly they pay them 50% cash and 50% in bonds. The workers here are benefiting the full salaries. But there is not an unending bag of resource. We have to protect this. So if there is a massive community spread, tell me, where will we get the resources from to take care of this country? We have to be responsible. Let's not make politics with this, but let's just be real and speak the truth to our people. This is kind of painful, Mr. President, that responsible people, for 2 moments glory in the spotlight, will try to destroy 7 years of hard gain that we have made. This is painful. And we have to stand up for it, for what is right for this country. It hurts me that we have people who are supposed to be sensible enough to know this is a bigger picture, not just taking away carnival. No, it's not. Mr. President, we will continue to sojourn and will continue to speak the truth to the nation. It's unfortunate what we have seen over the Emancipation Weekend with all the carnival-like activities. I passed in Marquee and I saw it. People didn't wear masks, but they, as they say, have quote-unquote having a good time. But those are the dangers, because you're afraid. Yesterday, I was speaking to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security in the Bahamas. We were in a virtual online meeting. When he said to me what they have seen in this short space of time, they have to go back on this total country lockdown. And he highlighted to me, he said nobody followed the protocol with funerals. So they had funeral on one island, and people from 3 different islands came together in this funeral. People were in drove, went over in Miami and so to shop and so forth. And right now they're seeing this massive spread that they have to shut down. As of last night, 10 p.m. last night, they went down on all island shut down, probably for the next 2 weeks. They have more resources than us. We don't want to get there I heard somebody saying, Mr. President, well, if things change, then we're going to lock down. Why should we try to lock down after the horses bolted? Let's be proactive and protect this country. Mr. President, I want to end with on another note, but you would understand I don't like this at all, because we have to protect our country. The last thing is, May 25th, 2020, the world changed drastically as it relates to race relations. We saw a video recording showing Officer Derek Chauvin comfortably kneeling on the neck of one George Floyd, a black man who was in police custody. For nearly 9 minutes, the officer compressed the neck of Mr. Floyd, and though he pleaded for his life, the officer showed no mercy. And after this, around the world, we saw demonstration in mass proportion of people all over crying out the injustice that black people face as a result. And rightly so. There must be a change. There must be an occasion for us to recognize that all life matters, and black life matters in this regard. So the demonstration ended up in Grenada as well. And I saw one legal person, Mr. Jerry Edwin, leading the demonstration outside the American embassy in True Blue, or Lanzapines. And he had a right to stand up for black people and to make the message known that as Grenadians, black life matters, and we do not support injustice. And that's what he was championing. And I look at him being puzzled. You know why? In 2016, United Graduate College and Seminary International, a Christian university, online university, and mind you, yes, I'm minister of government, but I'm minister of religion as well. So I took my job seriously. So United Graduate College and Seminary International, after following my work, and they have seen all that I've done over the years, 2000 started among the secondary school female basketball. Many of our young ladies went on to accept scholarships to United States colleges. Today they are professional people in the south in the nation. Some overseas, some back home. It was very instrumental in starting what they call Project We Care. And that project basically was to take care of those marginalizing communities. And even while I was attending school, that passion was in me, and I started helping people. From the little resources that I've had, I help people. So Project We Care in my adult life was a simple thing to do, and I've been doing that for years. They followed this. In 2002, I started, very instrumental in starting, a Bible quiz in secondary and primary schools around the island. And I did it for 4 seasons. Ivan came and stopped it. If Ivan wouldn't continue. I also started, very instrumental in starting, junior basketball in private school in St. George. And boys and girls given the opportunity to express themselves on the court. He had a focus, because there's opportunity at the higher level, start at the base well. We did that. I started a youth group. Started it in 1988. Youth on the Move. What was this about? It was to give occasion to young people so that they will be able to see things from different perspectives. And also started within that group study lessons. So in the evening, came to the church, and a lot of revision and so forth. And I've seen those young people progress and succeed at the secondary level and university. I've seen that. Vacation Bible schools, well, I was good at that. A lot of that I did as well. Mr. President, I say all this to say that United Graduate College and Seminary International, a US-based online university, chose in 2016 to award me with an honorary doctorate degree for all that I've done. Because they said it's a part of their mission to promote the work of humanity. And a lot of black people were recognized by this university. But you have seen those naysayers who have tried to smear the face of this university. But, you know, it's a fully accredited university by the seminary college was started in 1982, and it is a fully accredited university by the Christian Accreditation Institute. But the point is, United Graduate College and Seminary International offers ministry training and ministry degrees, is a private Christian college and seminary, and is a fully accredited member of the Worldwide Accreditation Commission of Christian Educational Institutes. And as a result of this, and because of who I am on the government side, Mr. Edwin has been attacking me, and attacked the college and called them whatever names. And today, as a black man, I stand to defend my name. If you want to take the award, you can take it. But allow me to breathe. For the almost 9 minutes, Officer Chauvin had his foot on the neck of George Floyd, who cried out for his life and said, "I can't breathe." Please, Mr. Edwin, allow me to breathe. My 77-year-old mother, who is suffering or recovering from a stroke, she too wants to breathe. My wife of 21 years and my 2 teenage children, they too want to breathe. Release your foot from my neck, sir. It's one thing to oppose a government when it maliciously attacks the credibility of others. It's painful. For all my life, I try to help, and I help people. But this one is painful. Please, allow me to breathe. Thanks.
Anyone else? Honorable members, I just want to make a few. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it'd be remiss of me not to respond, if not briefly, to some of the comments from Senator Lewis on this adjournment. I listened carefully to the position he took, the comments that he made, and it's everybody's right to protest, it's everybody's right to challenge the government, challenge what is taking place right now, but listening to the specific points that were raised leads me to question whether there is a genuine appreciation of just where we are right now in the country as not just as government, but as an entire nation, we should be focused on doing all we can to address the real threat to the lives and the livelihoods of our people. Senator Diali made the point, this is not the time to play politics with people's lives and the economy. And when I hear statements in relation to the withdrawal of the COVID control bill and the example given for the position he took in demonstrating, the pride he took in demonstrating, and it is his right. But it was police officers going into people's houses without warrants because they're not wearing their mask properly. That's offensive. That offended me. Mr. President, that actually offended me. That is not the intent of that bill. And I'm not going to rehash, Senator Garrow went through it in the opening of this session last week. I went in detail as to the intent behind that bill, which simply boils down to protecting our people and protecting this country. We accepted full responsibility and admitted we made a mistake in terms of how we communicated in advance of that bill and our lack of consultation. We took full responsibility and we withdrew it. We listened, we heard the calls and the cries of the people. So why are we still talking about protesting? We've withdrawn it. We said we will consult. This is a time, Mr. President, for serious minds and serious heads. For us all to come together, work together to deal with this deadly threat. And I said in my opening, the threat is not from our politicians, it's not from our healthcare workers, it's not from the police, it is from this deadly disease. And I'm not hearing that from my brother on the other side, Mr. President. I'm not hearing that when I hear statements, the intent of the bill was for police officers to abuse their powers because somebody in their own home is not wearing their mask right. That's distortion. And I have to question what the intent of that action is, Mr. President. I hear calls for payments that need to be made to persons, called some names. Mr. President, the list of names of people, government, and the government has stepped forward. It has accepted all of those claimants, and it's a long list of claimants, as long as my arm. It's not about two individuals. Why are we focusing on just two individuals? The list is as long as my arm. It runs into tens of millions of dollars. We're starting to make those payments at a time when government revenues have been cut in half because of the economic fallout of COVID. I'm not hearing the member on the other side speaking to or acknowledging, I don't even want congratulations, but acknowledging the efforts that this government has made through its stimulus package, tens of millions of dollars that are being channeled to those who are most vulnerable and most in need at this time. Knowing we can't do everything for all, but we're trying. We're trying, Mr. President. And instead of recognition for those efforts, my brother on the other side focuses in on one element of it, where there has been anomalies, misrepresentation by some employers. He's not recognizing that the government has the checks and balances in place to identify those anomalies up front, has addressed those, initiated an investigation to get all of the facts. And I'm not in a position to speak to individual cases. I don't know, so I can't. But an investigation took place. Those anomalies identified and monies paid back, taxpayers' money. I don't hear the member on the other side commending the government for the work that it's done in terms of addressing that. I hear about state resources, your phones. There should be no misappropriation of taxpayers' money, full stop. But in each of the instances that the member on the other side has identified, government has taken assertive action to address. And we have and are addressing those. But that is what he chooses to speak to in this chamber, at a time when we should not be playing politics with lives and the economy. Mr. President, this all feeds into this narrative that is being pushed from certain quarters about this dictatorship that is being created within this country. And not recognition of the intent and the positive actions and the positive results we have had so far, in keeping our people safe and doing our best to keep the economy going. And it's a narrative that is being purported by some because they cannot criticize that. They cannot challenge that. So they want to create an alternative narrative. A narrative, Mr. President, that you can speak to, Senator Lewis can speak to, in terms of this government's track record during times of industrial disputes. Never stifle the right to speak, the right to assembly, the right to strike. This government, historically, has not been responsible for that. Mr. President, Senator Lewis, you know which administrations in Grenada's history have been responsible for whether it's shutting down Parliament, shutting down our democratic processes, jailing our union leaders, Mr. President, harassing union leaders, harassing workers, denying workers the right to strike. Which administrations during our history, from the 1990s to the present day, is guilty of that? Yet that is what we're accused of. It's a narrative, Mr. President. It's a narrative that's being purported by those who have limited voice in criticizing what has been achieved thus far in terms of keeping our people safe and keeping the economy going. So, Mr. President, all I wish to say, and when I hear the saber rattling, employers, employees, labor, private sector, government, unions, this is a time for us to come and work together. The challenges we are facing and the challenges that are still ahead of us, the worst is still to come, Mr. President. The worst is still to come, both in terms of our safety and in terms of our economic stability. The worst is still to come. And it's not just Grenada, it is globally. That pressure will bear down on us as we have never felt before. This is a time for us to be Grenadians, to be proud Grenadians, to stand up as one people to address the threats that are in front of us. This is not a time for pettiness, Mr. President. Whatever politics there is to wring out of this, let's save it. Let's save it when the time is right, and there will be that time. Save it for that time. Let us come together with serious minds, with real focus, to protect those that we love the most, and to protect this great nation of ours, Mr. President. This is time for us to work together as we have never worked before. So I call upon the member on the other side to be more considerate in what he brings before us. I cannot dictate, will not dictate, I'm not a dictator. But I cannot prescribe what the member chooses to bring to the House's attention or not. Takes advantage of the media that is around us, the audience that is around us. I ask him in these extraordinary times to be considerate about what he brings before us. And let us be constructive, and where we need to take responsibility, where we need to take blows, let us take blows. Let us work together. And on that note, Mr. President, I beg to move the adjournment. Senator.
Thank you, Senator Steele. Just quickly, I want to just use the opportunity to touch a few points before we completely bring today's sit-in to an end. There's always a danger, Senator Cox, in when you draw up a list of persons to receive accolades and recognition, that you may miss out one or two. And if there's not a lot of maturity, people can feel somewhat slighted. So as I listen to your list, I wish to add to the list, and I don't think it was intentional at all. I think you were speaking on your feet, although with some notes. But I want to add to the list in respect of the assistance we have received in the fight against COVID-19. I really want us, on all sides of the House, and may I say to the new members, an applause and appreciation of a point is not necessarily a political partisan matter. If the point requires a recognition, irrespective of the politics, you're free to do so. I'm not asking that you do, but I'm just saying you're free to do. And I want to speak of this, of this group that has made this contribution in the context of the tightening of economic, financial, food, and medicinal sanctions against them. And I speak about the government and people in the Communist Party of the Peoples of the Republic of Cuba. At a time when they cannot access medicines to save the lives of their own people, at a time when these sanctions are biting, when it is not even possible for them to receive fuel to run their power stations to have electricity, Cuba can send contingent of medical personnel to Italy, to Grenada, to Barbados, to Chile, not just in the struggle against COVID,
but they were in the forefront in the struggle in Africa against that deadly disease, Ebola. In fact, several Cuban medical personnel died while rendering assistance. There are countries, while they impose this blockade against Cuba, and Cuba is giving help, they are blocking medicines and supplies from coming to other countries who have done absolutely nothing, who are not in breach of any international principle. But in the height of the COVID pandemic, they were stopping supplies from leaving their countries to go to other countries. I don't need to call names, so we must mention Cuba. I want to add to that, Senators, our recognition and thanks to the St. George's University. We have a world-class institution here, and they have played a critical and vital role. In fact, they have underpinned our testing with their facilities. They have provided us with quarantining facilities. They have provided us with medical knowledge and expertise. They have assisted us in sourcing protective equipment. They have assisted in training some of our personnel in dealing with this disease. The St. George's University belongs to that place alongside Cuba and others that we need to recognize, and I wish to add that to Senator's list. Among the individuals, I want to add to Senator Cox's list Her Excellency Ambassador David, who had a very difficult job in the People's Republic of China, where this disease first broke out. And there was great pressure on the Grenadian government to repatriate the students. And that goodly young lady worked inside of China, a vast country. And today we can report not a single Grenadian student fell victim to this illness. In addition to that, of course, she was able to secure a number of supplies, some which she sent home in terms of masks, but also ensuring that Grenadian students in China were always supplied with a sufficiency of food. She supplied psychological counseling to keep people calm. And no one returned of any number of significance, and Grenadian students all were safe, continuing their studies in various fields, and she should be added to your list of those that we recognize. Finally, I want to recognize Alibaba. For, in fact, they sent, I think it was a 737, loaded with supplies. And while some were banning medicines from leaving their country, the People's Republic of China was sending medicines and supplies to every corner of the earth. And one of their flagship companies, Alibaba, at a time when we desperately needed PPEs and couldn't find them any place, a 737 came, packed with supplies for the entire region and for other parts of the world. And they too should be added to the list, Senator Fox. Honorable members, I don't want to get into what I would describe as the COVID virus politics. Because for some, it matters not the consequential effect of their actions. What matters is the momentary realization of a political score point. So the COVID virus politics is not what I want to get into.
Because the very people, and the stranger the narrative arrives, because the narrative now is that there's martial law against banning jab jab. And they have these moments of celebration when there's a focal point in the news and they get a spot amount of coverage. So I don't want to get into that. I think I leave that for the political. But it is, I want to deal with a matter of high irresponsibility. And I have to be careful. Well, let me put it this way. The sages of old, and there's a lot of wisdom amongst our old folks, and their wisdom quite often is expressed in simplistic cultural ways. But don't let that diminish the profound value of their thoughts and thinking. And one of the saying the old people used to say is, you can't plant corn and expect yam. So you can have a situation where, and my main objects here for my distaste are the radio stations and media houses, who, in the face of a pandemic, is creating the psychological atmosphere of carnival. Again, as I tell you, people say you can't plant corn and expect to reap yam. So if you create the mass psychology of carnival, and somebody sent me a video. Do you know that Grenadians were celebrating and playing jab jab sometime last week in New York? In a center that was the highest epicenter of this pandemic in the world, in a place in which most Grenadians died than probably all of the death of Grenadians who participated in World War I and World War II. Yet there were people, young black people, and I want to root on Black Lives Matter because it seems not, were playing the Grenadian jab jab without face protection, mask, and with no social distancing. So if you're planting corn by promoting an atmosphere of jab jab, in the face of a pandemic, where the worst is yet to come, and you're doing so amongst a group of very vulnerable people psychologically, because you have to understand the psychology of young people. I was there once. I'm strong, I'm invincible, I have no fear. That's the psychology amongst young people. So when you promote this carnival atmosphere, virtually otherwise, what do you expect in Sobeys? What do you expect on Monday? And then you expect the police to solve that? How does the police solve that? When different arms of the state who prize their freedom uses that freedom irresponsibly. And let me give you a shocker. This morning, on a radio station, with a particular announcer, and that radio station features itself as the national voice of Grenada, was playing a tune where the central theme was an obscene word. It was an obscene word in the chorus. We've lost all sense of responsibility. So that's my peeve. Because the worst is yet to come. And, you know, the unfortunate thing is this, that quite often you would see an individual speeding down the highway recklessly. Vehicle gets out of control, and quite often crashes, kills 3 pedestrians, but the person operating the vehicle shakes and comes out alive. This is the same thing with the disease. So many who are playing the jab, and in fact courting death, may not themselves die. May not themselves die. So I would wish to make a frontal call. It's not a call dancing on the issue, a frontal call that this is not the time. 5 hours, in the traditional sense, jab is a 5-hour operation. You start at 5 in the morning, by 10 you finish. In a 5-hour operation, you're courting death. The implications of all of this too is the following. The largest single chunk of our per capita income, St. George's University, is still operating, but operating primarily online. So most of its student population is not here in Grenada. What are the implications of that? The implications of that are that all of those facilities which were built to accommodate students, so an enormous amount of capital from the banks are tied up in this investment. These places are now closed. The workers who worked in them are now home. If we have a significant outbreak of this disease in Grenada, it pushes further back the opening and resumption of face-to-face learning. There was a hope that we could have had face-to-face learning beginning this semester. That was pushed back because of what's happening in the United States. Grenada is deemed to be safe. So the irresponsible behavior of 5 hours, and St. George's University, Senator Lewis will be able to say because I don't know, guaranteed that they will pay the full salary of all its employees. I think it was 90 days in the first instance, or 3 months, I don't know where it is now, and continuing. But as Senator Lewis would know like I, the longest rope have an end. And if they are not able to function, so 5 hours of nonsensical engagement could lead to a significant breakout here, where if you are not dead, you are badly wounded. And for people in the media to be contributing to this by creating an environment, and then when the state attempts to take action, deems this to be martial law, then, well, I don't know whether or not reason is available. So I don't know whether or not my appeal to reason is a reasonable thing to do. But I will end my contribution on the adjournment by making this appeal that people need to reflect. People need to reflect on what they do. All of us sitting in here, all of us in here, including the police officers, are masked. And this is not the first time that mankind has faced a mass epidemic. If you were alive in 1918, we'd be going through, and that is a strange thing, you know. It was long ago, 100 or so years ago, but the science is basically the same. In these infectious diseases, especially if they are respiratory, protect your breathing system, give yourself a distance away from others, wash your hands, and stop congregate. That's what they did in 1918, and that's what we're doing now. I mean, and again, I want to thank all those who contributed to Grenada's safety, all the medical personnel, and all of those people. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your contribution, and to appeal to those who are hoping to reap from the COVID virus politics. that this is really not a, well, political opportunities are political opportunities, and I think Senator Steele has addressed that, so I don't want to go down that road. I wish all of you safety going forward, and hopefully when next the Senate sits, as I understand it, we may sit on the 19th of August, that all of us are here assembled. The visitation of death has been happening in quite strange ways in recent time. When I think of Jerry George, a journalistic friend that I know, he was actually at work on his internet when the screen went blank and nobody knew what happened. And as I understand it, people didn't understand. He was on the screen speaking. Screen went blank, and for a good while, and his wife came home and found him deceased. And Senator Lewis spoke about Comrade Martin Redhead, a fine comrade, right? So I look forward to, and hopefully, seeing all of you at the next sitting of the Senate and beyond. Honorable members, I thank you for your indulgence. This House now stands adjourned. I would say sine die because on the 19th it may change. This House now stands adjourned. Sorry, I know I've adjourned, but there is.
Welcome to the Grand Etang Forest Reserve. You have just arrived at one of the best locations to experience the outstanding beauty of pure Grenada. One of the most astonishing features about the Forest Reserve is the Grand Etang Lake, which sits between 1,740 to 1,800 feet above sea level. The lake was formed after a volcanic explosion occurred more than 12,000 years ago. Today, the volcano is dormant, but you can still see the lake's freshwater basin, which covers an area of 36 to 37 acres, with a depth of more than 20 feet. You can stand on the wooden jetty, where you may see exotic fishes like tilapia, guppy, red swordtail, and even the Japanese koi's. 3,816 acres of the forest has been designated a protected area, so bathing and fishing is not allowed. Once you've seen the lake, you must explore the many trails and feel a part of nature. There's the Morne Labe, the Cross Trail, the Shoreline Trail, the Mount Kwakwa, the Vendome Les Avocats, among others. Legend has it that a few of the trails within the forest were used by Julien Fedon and his freedom fighters, who had their camp in the mountains close to Mount Kwakwa. It is also believed that the Mount Kwakwa Trail was the escape route used when retreating from the British colonists in the 1700s. Some trails can be completed in just 15 minutes to half an hour, while others may take 3 to 6 hours. All of the trails offer unique experiences and cater to every ability and physical condition. You may even get to explore Grand Etang's sister lake, Petit Etang. These trails allow you to capture the flora and fauna in all their glory, including 450 plants and 150 birds, as well as endemic species unique to the island. Be sure to look out for them, like the Myconia's beautiful red flower, the red gooty and tree fern, as well as the non-venomous tree boa and the Grenada whistling tree frog. The inquisitive but friendly Mona monkey is also a unique feature. These monkeys were brought in from West Africa by the early plantation owners and can only be found in Grenada. The forest even holds some healing and medicinal secrets. 2 species of locally used plants include mountain spice and bois bandé, both used to manage hypertension and diabetes when taken as herbal teas. Perfect for physical rejuvenation, the rainforest is home to the beautiful St. Margaret's Waterfalls, locally known as Seven Sisters, because of the 7 waterfalls it possesses. Invigorate yourself in the first cool mountain pool before going deeper into the rainforest in search of the other 6. This adventure is one where the journey is just as fun as the destination, with its rugged paths, unexpected critters, and captivating ambience. The reserve also boasts 4 of the tallest peaks in Grenada, giving you the opportunity to see the eastern and western seascapes from the plateau of Mount Kwakwa, which stands at 2,339 feet. Even higher is Mount St. Catherine, which rests 2,747 feet above sea level. However, if you don't feel too adventurous, you can simply take in the sea views from the popular lookout known as 1910, due to its height above sea level. Feel free to check out the Information Center for more details on what you will find within the rainforest, its history, and much more. Now let's take this magical journey and see the that await.
Get high making money moves with the NLA's new Aces High Scratch game with 4 chances to win. Beat the dealer's card to win the prize shown. Reveal an A symbol. And just like that, you are automatically a winner.